Microphone is on. Is it a hand?
And I believe this was shared with
historical
you also
one
in advance.
Honorable Singh, I'll recognize you for now. Can I get
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. No, the program seems fine. I don't know whether the engagement for the 30th, whether that needs to be put on here. Is it going to be an official engagement, the screening of lions, bones and bullets? Because I've taken the liberty as well to invite on your behalf and my behalf the Minister as well. Thank you, Honorable and the other portfolio committee persons. So I don't know if we want to put it in here or not. Engagement for the I'm still okay. We received a number of whether that needs to be put responses from our colleagues saying that they will attend on the 30th, which we sincerely appreciate. Because I've taken the liberty as well to invite on your behalf and my behalf the Minister as well. And the other portfolio committee persons. So I don't know if we want to put it in here or not.
Any other
I'm still okay. We received a number of
thanks, Chairperson.
Responses
it's
from our colleagues
actually just
saying
a
that they
sort
will
of
attend
inquiry
on
in
the 30th,
terms
which
of
we
the
sincerely
oral
appreciate.
submissions for the climate change bill.
Okay,
You know, I'm
we
assuming
can put
that's
it
going to
there,
be in a virtual format.
let's edit.
But maybe Tilek or yourself, I'm not sure who's best placed, can just explain
Any other
how that process will take place, just so we are aware and we can plan accordingly, you know, what the timeframes are, etc. I think it's quite important for us to establish that. Thanks. You know, I'm assuming that's going to be in a virtual format. But maybe Tilek or yourself, I'm not sure who's best placed. Can just explain
because of the voluminous
how that process will
that we have on the
take
climate
place,
change,
just so we are aware and we
they
can
must
plan
then create
accordingly, you know, what the timeframes are, etc. I think it's quite important for us to establish that. Thanks.
Yeah, access those submissions prior to that. The other thing I was planning that we need to meet at that level, all of us
submission that
as committee members and strategize how we're going to approach it. But we had to put it in the program. I still owe you that meeting, all of you we're going to sit and strategize how are we going to approach it. But it had to be put in the program. Those other issues we're going to end them, all of us together. How are we going to go about all of us, whether we need to committee members and physical, virtual, all those sorts of things. But we have to take that decision ourselves. I still owe you that. I hope that suffices. All of you we're going to sit and strategize how are we going to approach
Chairperson,
it.
sorry.
It had to be put in the program.
Yeah, the issue of the joint meeting with agriculture.
How are we going to go
where are we on that one?
Need to do physical or virtual
on the animal welfare.
That's the other item I want us to discuss. we have been directed by the House Chair to process this report of the World Health Organization on its 2022 optical radiation and EMF research findings as it pertains to our country. So that's why we have put this item in the agenda, and we want to welcome you, Mr. Lech. We have been directed. You're welcome. Maybe if you can show your video so that the colleagues can the World Health Organization see you. Put on your camera. Optical radiation struggle on honorable findings as it pertains to
Honorable Chairperson, my camera is active. Thank you very much for your kind introduction.
We have put this item in the agenda, colleagues, and we want to thank you so much. I'll give you an opportunity to make your presentation. I was still talking to the colleagues who haven't met for quite some time. The colleagues can then to say that we are going to also deal with on your camera quarter performance expenditure and expenditure reports for the two entities, that is our Isimangaliso.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction.
And the South African Weather Service. So, colleagues, I was still thank you so much. Although we all know this is not a presentation of this two entities annual report for quite some time. And then I should believe as and when we are going to also we're going to then get a fair assessment of the entire performance. And as we expect for the two entities to present to us the outcomes of their respective post-audit management intervention that we've been following for some time now. Although we all know this is not a presentation, we could also see that the audit results or opinions are out now. And then, although we don't know whether these are squeaky clean audits or they are findings until we engage with the AG after the tabling of the annual reports in Parliament. I must report, colleagues, I was fortunate to be invited by the House Chair. We've been on Friday for some time now with some of the chairperson of the committees for us to go and meet with the Auditor General. Although and then there were some of the highlights on these entities, but in that meeting that I said we were going to meet, we'll be able to share with you what has been the AG's observations. But now, report colleagues, I think whatever we're going to get from these two entities on Friday, it's gonna then tell us what to expect. The committees for us to go. Then, as I've indicated, Mr. Lech is here. And then, there was some going to on this present, but this report that the World Health Organization able to share with you to us what has been the ages of the report was referred to us by the House Chairperson. I think whatever we're going to get when one goes entities, this gonna then tell us what to expect. Think that this report should have been sent at least as I've indicated to the portfolio committee on health. Also science and technology present for the portfolio committee on communication organization, which deals with the licensing of telecommunication towers or facilities, which one could believe they are responsible for when one goes through generating this electromagnetic field and associated radiation have been sent at least. And then at least then one could also on regulatory practitioners such as science and technology, the Department of Health and Metropolitan Municipalities to monitor, study, regulate, or implement a national facilities electromagnetic field radiation exposure protection standard. But it seems this is not the case. And associated. And then I should think acting DDG and DM, we might need to ask yourself as our own department about your competency with regard to this EMF radiation exposure. Or implement colleagues. I also seem to also wonder whether there is some perception out there that we are the ones who actually make things not the case. That's why maybe and then I should think things are sent to DG and DM, in particular this technical report. I'm not trying to dismiss you, Mr. Lech, but these are the issues that I felt when we were going through that report. One also seem to also look at. And then another puzzling thing for me is the fact that World Health Organization project report of this nature
That's why maybe
was seemingly never
tabled
tabled at this committee. Consequently, I asked the committee secretary to contact
to
the originator of this report,
these are the issues that I
Mr. Lech
when
from who's here in our midst,
to look
and
at.
to come here.
And then another puzzling thing for
And
me
then,
is the fact that World Health Organization project
when he
report
did
of this
that,
nature
then his response
seemingly
that came
never
was that the
tabled
report
at
has got
this
everything
committee.
to do with the environment,
Consequently, I asked
especially
the
in terms
committee
of policy
secretary
making.
to contact
So, Mr. Lech,
the originator
you need
of
to
this
stick to
report,
that, and then you're going to
Mr.
introduce
Lech,
yourself
from
properly.
who's here in our
And then,
midst,
as you are here to
and to
present
come
this
here,
report, and probably
then,
you'll highlight its implications to us
when he did that,
for
then
as
his
this
response that
committee,
came was that
including the
report
work
has
that
got
we do
everything
as
to
this.
do.
service dogs, I'll go into some history of myself and information to this presentation. Another part of my disability is my neurological impairment, where I have Asperger's or autism. This means that I literally do not see the world as everybody else here in the committee, and also my brain does not work in a linear format. So if I do say certain words that might be offensive or certain elements, please do not take this personally. It is that my brain is unable to compute nuance. So that's just the elements, but we are running on time, and I am going to make this as fun as possible and more exciting and invigorating, and not diving too much into boring technical science elements. However, everything is available. So what happens is what this annual report is and how it works with your committee, and not just your committee, but other committees and departments in South Africa, is that every year there's an international advisory committee to which that it's kind of involving environment, climate change, and health, and involves areas of air pollution, washing, cleaning solid waste, climate change, radiation, chemicals. And it does pertain to us because it's kind of, this annual meeting is similar to the Olympics. Every country around the world will go and do projects, do research, develop policies, and these countries then come together, focusing on how can we compete with each other of advising the best policies and methods going forward. So it's not about taking advice directly from the WHO because we have a discussion, but rather to inspire others. And that's why it's a great pride every year to present this national report, because we are showing off the pride of South Africa and the pride of South Africa sharing on our solutions around the world. So this is why I work in different parts of the world, doing different parts. As we said, that this meeting was put by Chairperson, to which then it was reviewed within 22 hours by 9 different persons from around the country, which is great importance. But very important again, as I said, this is not just about optical radiation and environment, but actually it's about encompassing multiple areas. And this is why I deal in medicine, agriculture, climate change, and disabilities. And this report was composed by a committee of representatives from professors to South African Human Rights Commission, South African Police Services, Department of Agriculture, state veterinarians, South African Medical Research Council. So it's trying to work as much as possible and growing the committee of having more and more voices as possible. This year as well, we had a Nobel contributor, which was Ivan Kulyak, who was a co-recipient for the Nobel Prize of Peace in 2013 for his contribution to the works of prohibition of chemical weapons. State veterinarians. So where this comes in is that this report is not the report or voice or views of I, James Lech. It is the voice of South Africa. So before I can even present any of this, it has to be agreed and reviewed by a whole committee and subcommittees and other hierarchy committees. The reason why this is important, or the base theory of why it comes to use committee here is that we focus on the life and universe and how everything is created. And as we have in Genesis, Old Testament, God said, let there be light, and light came about, and all creation, all life, everything that we experience, weather, climate, all comes from this one element. And that's why in the report we focus on light and education, understanding of life first, because we understand that then we had this famous person here, Professor Dr. Albert Einstein, who got a Nobel Prize. A Nobel Prize in medicine or physics or science doesn't mean an absolute law, it just means a general consensus amongst the scientific community at that time. And what Albert Einstein did was he took sort of his Jewish historical learnings and Judeo-Christianity, and he decided to create a mathematical model to describe nature and the effects. And these models were the Stark-Einstein law and a bunch of other different ones. And what we got from this is taking these wonderful, complex or counterintuitive mathematical equations, and in the report we repeatedly provide demonstrations of it in practical applications. And that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to go through a whole bunch of different practical applications of different solutions around the world done by ourselves as Africans and partners from around the world. So what's very important here is that what I do is I take very much, very literally, because of my disability, is that it's not really possible for me to lie, and I take what is written to be sort of true and follow it and test it. And through this whole process, I've come to the history is taking a negative, so what a person says is bad for us or negative experience, and turning into positive. This is why it's very important what the late President Mandela did with his administrative team was helping generate this Butterfly principle. So even when there is a complaint and there is issue, we must make sure to spark this positive action. This becomes very true. And I'll give you an example of what happened to me. So in 2011, 2012, I had a stroke during an MRI scan. Come a few years later, 2018, I unfortunately was the victim of a disability attack on me by some parties. and where they created false criminal charges,
and I'll give you an example of what
paid the
happened
police
to
to commit a horrible act upon me, where I then had my second stroke.
during MRI
Having the second stroke, I lost
a few years later, 2018.
I lost the function, half function of my body, unable to speak, unable to work, and I had my two small children at the time. I now have 4 children. So what happened was my neurologist told me, James,
to commit a horrible act
we
upon me,
are
where I then had
cannot really do much for you.
Having
If you're lucky, you might see some positive response or some recovery in about 9 months in a stress-free environment. And this is not really possible. But what he did do, he knew my background, knew my history,
so what happened was my neurologist
work I researched, and he said,
James,
why don't you maybe go back to your research and maybe you can find a solution.
Cannot really do much
and
for you.
this is where I then went back to looking at my research. I looked at the elements of Albert Einstein, and thinking, how can I apply these mathematical models in practical application?
He knew my background.
So this was a nice Dutch article. It looked at where I'm demonstrating using nature as much as possible before clinical intervention. So what, like I said, had my stroke, could not walk, could not function. Using nature, this is me 3.5 months later. And over 95% recovery. There at the bottom is my guy's service dog Pebble. And here we are in the Western Cape. As I said, my family and I were living below the breadline, literally sort of begging for assistance. And we did not have money to actually go buy food in the supermarket. And I literally had to hunt for mussels in our oceans, in our waters. And I got a very good close reaction to this. And I would be in this cold water here using light water magnetism as taught by nature to stimulate my recovery and regeneration. And yes, I was very, did get a permit from your fisheries department. And even I was very kind that one of your inspectors did come and check the license for me for fishing these mussels. But through this experience of nature, I grew a very strong respect for marine life, nature and fisheries, and thinking, how can we use this to help others further? What happened was then, through the work and different neurologists, I was developing these new treatment protocols for different diseases in South Africa. And this is one of our deputy ambassadors who was in hospital for over a year. And he was sent to me after being abroad for so long in hospital and sent back to South Africa telling that he must put his affairs in order because he's going to pass away in a few months. Being referred to me, I designed his treatment protocol, and this is him 6 months later on the right. Within 3 months, he was back at his post abroad, carrying on serving South Africa and not having us the burden cost to the state of Africa. So this then took us further, again, using nature, how can we use it, how can we turn this environment and forestry and marine life into something of practical medical application. So I was fortunate enough to then be referred to this man here. Some of you might recognize him, any of the ministers who have been to one military hospital in the last number of years. This is Lieutenant General Aubrey Savidi of the South African Defence Force, kind of like, in a way, the president's doctor, where he had some background in quantum biology, and he gave a declaration request along with members from Parliament for me to help design new teaching curriculum for medical students, help improve soldier recovery programs. But very important, the work that you do as your committee is the requirement that our involvement using nature as much as possible and how we do bioadaptation to these elements of climate change is an area of national defense and national security. And this is quite key and important. This is why originally I was meant to go to Germany to help design their new power grid systems from AC to DC. Because with renewable energy, we want to have more close impact to persons. But unfortunately, I had my stroke and I was not able to go to Germany anymore. However, having received reviews from and different members of South Africa Executive working together, and also coming across the review of the National Research Foundation of Mrs. Dube, who's Director of Reviews, she did reach out to me and said, listen, Mr. Lech,
but unfortunately, I
understand what you're doing, I understand your history, and I want to recommend you that you be part of our bilateral agreement program for South Africa. And this bilateral agreement program actually has a history of science diplomacy thanks to the works of the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu. So what Mr. Dube had the idea of feeling was what Albert Einstein did for the Vatican. So I don't know if you know, but John Paul Pope II, the late Paul Pope,
has a history.
Whenever he would teach his congregation, he had to have them experience the environment first and change the environment to have them have a strong connection with God. And essentially, this is what we see in history, that leaders of a community or public is that diplomatic science must be able to connect science and the people together. And this is what sort of happened with the late Desmond Tutu, that he gave an award for Professor Rick Mangrone on quantum biology, of looking at these very complex elements and light harvesting and photon synthesis and plants and nature and renewable energy, and how they can all come together. And this is then where it came to review of my work and my application ideas of being very multidisciplinary, of how we can bring everything together. And again, it's the idea of taking what Albert Einstein was saying. So what the theme is, and the theme of this report that we chose for this year was in 1942, Dr. Albert Einstein was giving a lecture at Oxford University. And at this lecture, his assistant called him and said, Professor Einstein, for this examination, why have you given the exact same exam question paper as the previous year? Professor Einstein said, because it's valid, that this is why I'm doing it. And the assistant was puzzled, and he digested the idea, and he said, no, but Professor Einstein, this is unethical. You cannot give students the exact same exam question as the previous year. And Professor Einstein looked at him and said, my dear man, it is valid to give the same questions, because the answers have changed. And this is the exact same thing, is that with the advancements we have had in science, and which I'm going to show you illustrations today, the questions that were in 1942 are the same as today, but the answers have changed. And very important that if we think we're going to move forward doing the same thing we did last year or the years before and get a different result, we are mistaken. And instead, we have to do things differently, and we can apply these mathematical models to vastly accelerate this process to getting significantly different results, which I'll be showing you today. So let's have some key fun things, right, with it. So as I said, there's this mathematical model, and this is work demonstrated by NASA. Just by changing the light bulb, which I'm going to show you greater pictures here, you are able to get significantly stronger growth in your agricultural product. And we use less electricity. So never mind that, changing water, fertilizer, none of those elements changed. We only changed light. And this is just a few photons, or a few milliwatts of power that one would normally think. And the thing is that we are all led to believe that these white energy efficient light bulbs are better for you. This is being completely debunked. And instead, if you use the incorrect lighting, you're going to get significantly different in plant growth. So how we change the light, especially like your street lights or hospital lights or your building lights, parliament lights, will give very different effects on how nature is going to bioadapt to these changes. And again, this works on tomatoes, soybean control. It's a very wide variety. So I'm going to give you an example as well here. This is what I did in the Netherlands social housing project, where we went from where's that picture now? Give me a second. So what we did here in this social housing project is, this is the control. This was using an 11-watt light bulb. That's the typical light bulbs LED that was installed in the public space areas of the social housing project. And what I did is I changed it for a different light bulb that was 4 watts. And what you see on the right here is a new growth that occurred. So this plant over here, this is the control. This is at 11 watts of power or light bulb. This is using a 4-watt light bulb, right? So this is over a span of 3 weeks. significant growth in the plants and development, again, versus the control of just changing the light bulb. So this is significantly important because in South Africa, we're doing all these rollouts, and as some of you are aware, especially with climate and environment, there is a legislation EU where which lights are installed, and regulations is very important for affecting wildlife, affecting nature, resilience. And instead of having these wonderful orange color lighting, we're having this horrible white lighting. And on top of that, even further, that even though it's solar panel, it's significantly reducing the amount of growth we can have in nature. And even for our public municipal systems, the technical parameter is that when they order this light from China, is that they do not order the microchip that allows the enabling of the system. So as a municipality, they may spend 5 million Rand on rolling out a whole bunch of lights, but then because they did not ask for the one correct microchip to be installed, in order to fix the issue, it's going to cost another 5 million Rand to replace all of them. So again, what I have to do is we think of what NASA says of a scientific technical analysis, meaning what is a simple solution. So as we talked in our course, this is me in France and also in Netherlands, we do it in South Africa as well, using simple orange PVC plastering tape, the same type of tape you use for like you're painting your house. You're changing this horrible bright, white light to a more different light that stimulates plant growth, but also helps people feel very relaxed. So in this La Reunion project, there was a decrease in alcohol consumption, decrease in noise complaints, and decrease in drug consumption in that area. And all we did was use something very existing, using, it was about 80 Rand for 55-meter roll of tape. And we are now in compliance with EU regulations of the correct spectrum of light to be used at nighttime. Again, very simple, very pragmatic. And then moving on, where again is this for South Africa and why is it important? So in the report, we paid homage to the late Luc Montagnier. For those of you who do not know, Luc Montagnier got the Nobel Prize in Medicine in 2008 for HIV. And he passed away a couple of months ago. But what's very important is that his work is what actually spelt the development in the Equality Act of South Africa, that we have the recognition for HIV and AIDS and protection around it. What's also very important, this is where we got Professor Doug Wallace, who got the Franklin Award, equivalent to the Nobel Prize Award, is that we have two things called mitochondrial DNA. And what's very important in South Africa, about 50-50 of this. So we have Professor Himla Studial. She got the South African President's Award for contributions to this work. And it's not about the skin color appearance, but we do a simple DNA test. And depending on which one you have, how you use nature will have a significant output change in HIV resilience and AIDS resilience and even treatment. So we use the simple way of doing it. We look at what's already on the market. So for example, F&B, if you're an F&B member, with eBucks, they have one of these things called 22andMe. It's like DNA test, and this helps give composition. What's important though is depending on which DNA you have, if you're a coupled or uncoupled haplotype, it's two very broad categories. In South Africa, about 50-50. So what it means is that me as an uncoupled haplotype, at the end of summer, I should have a target range of blood tests of 60 to 80 nanograms per ml. So that's when you have your regular blood tests, you go to the doctor, and this is where you should be. However, with the shifting baseline syndrome, or the issue we have in South Africa and the environment, majority of persons is over here. However, on the other side, like a coupled haplotype, this is like your core and your SAN, they're meant to have levels close to 200 nanograms per millimeter. So what this means is that we're having a type of coded bias occurring. So example, coded bias, this was a Netflix documentary where Parliament got involved for drastically changing how we see data, how we must treat data, and how we must do the effect on women and medicine that we are applying here. So to give you a pragmatic example, all right? Uncoupled haplotype, that's me. So I'm in the ice bath here, and I'm able to be in the cold water for long periods of time, and I'm able to boost my DNA and health very, very well. However, coupled haplotype cannot do this or get ill. And instead, for example, this is in Rwanda, where one is actually able to use, you need to use the sun and water differently to get another different medical result for a person. So we wanted to use components of light, water, magnetism as much as possible to improve the outcome for someone. So this is, for example, for us in our course we taught at the beginning of the year as Introduction to Submolecular Medical and Agricultural Sciences. And we have two of our professors here, one from Nigeria, one from Hungary, and they're demonstrating how this task of brushing your teeth in the morning outside actually helps make your teeth whiter. So again, getting in that solar sun and helping protect your skin from UV photons so you can absorb them better, but having your belly and abdomen in the sun is very, very critical. And particularly because this is the most powerful and cheapest way of getting a probiotic. It's also very important because in South Africa, we're having these policies for STEM, where we're wanting to have women in power, executive positions, education, STEM, science, and everything else. However, what we understand from mitochondrial DNA is that if we do not adapt the environment to what women need, most of them are getting autoimmune diseases and cannot get to their position of power or maintain their position of power. And the reason is that in the brain, you have something called the leptin receptor. And this is kind of, everyone knows this yellow weaver bird, and the male would make the bird. And then if the female's not happy with it, she would destroy it and have them grow it again and again. So what happens here is that this explains why men, it's very easy for them to lose weight, but for women, it's not. And the reason is, one of the reasons is that this leptin receptor in the brain is an evolutionary mechanism that if the environment is not well for you, if it's not compatible, you are more easily will put on inflammation weight or get fatter. And it's a biological system. This is why we know with Oprah Winfrey, she struggled with weight for many years. And when she makes adjustments to using this, making a leptin receptor more sensitive, then the weight flies off very easily. So this is stuff that we learn, and we need to change the AI or bias of coding to be different in order to get these very different results. So these are all very important facets. Let's go to some more practical examples of very easy taking single ideas. So that's the stuff of Albert Einstein, complicated mathematics, into practical application. So one of these things is called Nano Bubbles. All right. So we're taking, this is me in France. All right. So I'm in here in like a little pond. You cannot see anything to the bottom, horrible algae and a whole bunch of other unneeded items. And all I did was take a simple couple of rand PVC tube pipe and attach it to the existing water pump system. So what happens is we changing what's called the electrical potential, electrical energy inside the water. So we're making these type of bubbles that's occurring, and we're changing the magnetism in it. And the water starts becoming clearer. This is after 24 hours over here. This is after 48 hours. This is on day 3. What's very important here is that we can zoom in and see this is the old root system that's not doing very well. That's been like that for months.
Mr. Lek?
Yes.
Yes. You remember we had given you 30 minutes. That's gonna end in the next 3 minutes. And then the issue is here, so that we're hearing this, we've received your presentation. Then maybe tell us what are your expectations for us as the committee, as I've indicated earlier that you said you're going to answer that. And then we're raising this to say that we're doing that when we're saying what is your expectation for this committee, considering that you are vacillating between health and energy. Yes, so as and when with the remaining time, if you can do that to say, what is your expectation for this committee? I think it will assist a great deal. Remember, I posed a question to you and how you were feeling this report was supposed to have been redirected to the other portfolios that I raised earlier.
Yes.
But then you said, no, there's also some responsibility coming to this committee. So assist us so that we are able to then process this report accordingly. Right. Can you use the remaining time? The rest, we go to your presentation on time. We've gone through that. And then I raised those issues after having read the report.
Yes.
Yeah. Then you said it's got everything to do with the environment.
Yes.
Especially in terms of policy making.
Correct.
So assist us so that we are able to then conclude on this matter. Thank you. I'll give you 5 minutes to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I do raise the issue that we did start late, but I will go to the very crux of the very end of it. Very simply, what is expected of this report is getting feedback from the issues and problems that's being faced or challenges being faced by your committee. As is with last year, the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Health raised a big issue of the National Health Insurance Act and policies trying to go forward, but not having the funds and capacity to do it. So what was one of the feedback is how can we make things simpler and more practical, that any citizen at the ground level can make a significant difference, and how can we implement these into technical parameters that can assist members. And what we ask, and also what I ask, is that any of these things that we demonstrate in the presentation is that members of this committee actually just go out and try themselves, because only by experiencing the science can one begin to understand it's much easier to roll out the practical application. So even like we have here, and I'm going to get to the climate part that's very important, that's critical to South Africa and does not affect majority of the rest of the world. Even just changing the simple light bulb, as I explained, and this is any South African can do, you can see a significant difference in the grass. This is in a drought area, lots of veld fires in South Africa. That's very prone to it. And same watering, same no fertilizer, no manure being used. You can see the before and after just by changing a light bulb and less energy consumption. So what the idea here and challenges is that even just how we use our plants or aquaculture, and even like with the whole heat issue we do for climate and forestry, per Charles Collins, in his backyard we have a small system, and versus his front door, there's a 5 to 8 degrees Celsius temperature difference. I'm going to go to another one quickly, briefly, and then go to the other final point, is that one does not have to plant 10,000 trees to try, which is very labor intensive. For example, in this, I'm calling a volcano here, we have a CO2 vent. I am fitting currently in there with a project, 10,000 trees using microalgae. So even with the complaints like the climate change bill of coal power plants and wanting to put taxations, we're able to use nature to actually make a coal power plant 100% carbon neutral in under 12 months, because we've done the science and research. Even SA breweries, we don't have to overtax the consumer. We can rather carbon sequestrate the CO2 emissions from making beer, for example, into high levels of oxygen, which will change the environment. Part of why this is important, and this comes down to one key diagram, and which I'm sure the SA Weather Service can corroborate, is that this is a satellite image from NASA looking at a magnetic field of Earth. And what we had here is a magnetic field anomaly, meaning this drop over South America. This, over the last course of years, has been shifting over. This is a forecast for 2025, but this has been now covering the Western Cape. And this is not only impacting less sun that we're receiving, but our ability to bioresist to natural climatic environments. And even though we will see less severe storms on land, we will have more severe storms over the water. So our fishermen and persons going out will be at higher risk. But this type of change, making the bill that is being proposed, is not going to make much of a dent in this. And this is explained by Nobel physicist Richard Feynman, how the mathematical model has to be used is different to what is being presented or advised to the minister. And this is why in the report we proposed a hybrid model. And these different interventions we have is going to make a significant difference to South Africa for us to thinking of what's going the next 10, 15 years forward, but we need to act more quickly. And that's why SUSE are very pragmatic. What's key is that your WHO regions or other countries are not going to give a cooking interest or worry about what's happening here, because they're experiencing a different lifestyle, different effect to what is happening over South Africa at the moment. So all these different solutional pragmatic stuff is things that persons can do straight away in their own environments very quickly. Even when we just have here going to very clean water, but something that I would advise, again, when there's a technical policy or technical element, and you have like a giant data center that we have in South Africa for the fourth industrial revolution, we rather have to apply things differently, where we can take this entire data center here, meaning no wind turbines needed, no cooling stations, and you can actually compress it into a single tanker and put it into our oceans. And we can use our existing South African Defence Force and submarine naval base to ensure safety and security while making changes to the environment. So every time each policy and environment, my recommendation is when we bring our portfolio committees together, we are able to actually enable, so for example, here we had cancer treatment that was, and elements that was introduced by Nelson Mandela, but the machine was too expensive. So instead, we already done in South Africa, we have this wonderful thing, we use magnets to help ward off shocks, and we'll do the same type of treatments for here. So the question or the elements to you, Honorable Chairperson, and to the committee is we're wanting to have more dialogue and wanting to give a booster of having the environment and technical elements of the policies being expanded upon further and into these practical applications, because these will significantly affect the health and performance of our South Africans. So even just the simple thing of you eating mushrooms and leaving out in the sun during the day increases your units from 40 to 46,000. When we have UVC light, it's 267,000. So what that means is that in order for South Africans to really understand and want to excite more, we want them to be part of it. We want them to experience and want to see it, and even propose to the committee. I was approached by the producers who did I'm Not Your Guru, Tony Robbins, is let us actually produce a series implementing these solutions, different solutions in South Africa very quickly with our own members of parliament in order to fast track this growth and development change in South Africa. That's and I think I've just come over the mark you gave, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Then can I get hands? I see the first hand is that one of Honorable Singh. Over to you, Honorable Singh.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, Mr. Lek, for the presentation. Chairperson, I think you asked an appropriate question. How can our committee get involved, and how can we contribute to making the planet a better place and a more a place that we can deal with issues of climate change, etc. What I would like to suggest, Honorable Chairperson, is that our researchers take this presentation, go through it, and talk to researchers of other departments, whether it's health and other committees, and come up with a report to us at some stage on exactly what is required of our committee. I was expecting, in fact, when I saw this report, I said, well, let me ask Mr. Lek a question about 5G. Because, as environment, we get questions from people saying, well, 5G is going to be harmful, et cetera, and now we're moving into this 4IR, and that's radiation. But I didn't hear that. But perhaps, Chairperson, I'm suggesting our researchers look into the presentation and come up with something more specific for us after consulting other committees. Thank you.
Honorable Chairperson, if I may answer the question with your permission.
Wait a bit. I'll let you know. I'll give you an opportunity. There's another hand. Honorable Bryant, over to you.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I have to be honest, I did struggle. I was concentrating quite hard, but I did struggle a little bit to follow the presentation. So I may have missed a couple of things, but I also am struggling to see the specific reference to our committee and what we are undertaking here. I just also want to find out from Mr. Lek. I see he's mentioned that he's a government official. If you can just expand a little bit in terms of that. I see there was a picture of the diplomatic passport on the presentation of that. What department is funding this program that he's currently a part of, And then just a little bit more on your training as well, Mr. Leck, in terms of your sort of academic background and specializations in this would be helpful as well. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Those were the two ends. Then I can hand over to you, Mr. Leck.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, committee members, with your questions. I shall go to the first question, which was the expectancy on 5G and safety elements and how it also pertains to policy. So with 5G, 5G is an invisible light. 5G in terms of it being safe or not safe, it all depends on how it's installed and how it's monitored and configured. And also what's very important is that in South Africa, us having the two types of DNA types, or broadly of coupled and uncoupled, the impacts of 5G on them or bioadaptation to them as a climate change factor is also very different. This is why the Surgeon General for the Defense Force asking to develop treatment protocols for the different two, because what is done for our soldiers and the exposure to this high radiation environments, because 5G has been used in the military for a long time, is how it affects them differently in terms of weight gain, performance, and treatment. So in terms of 5G, if you have a transmitter by itself, it's fine, it's not transmitting. But the moment you start having more and more persons connecting to it, that's where the labels significantly raise, and also different configurations have very different impacts. And this is why part of my task is also I've been developing new teaching curriculum for medical students and professionals in biophysics, so they can better understand what symptoms or organs are affected by these different spectrums of radiation, and how do we do diagnosis and treatment differently and accordingly. So from and that's what we put in the report, we did cite Telecommunications Act, we did cite very specifically what is required in getting an ICASA license per the ICASA's website, that any site, this is any site in South Africa, that when they do a license application or want to install transmitters, they have to provide the full and technical requirements. So what is the product, what is the output, what is the angle, what's the positioning, kind of like when you build a building, and how much invisible light is being output from it. And we plug this into GIS, Geographic Information Systems, like we use a lot in environment. And from that, we create what's called a 3D propagation model. And from that, we help avoid mismarketing and pseudoscience and other claims, because we're no longer looking for a needle in a haystack. We actually use very good technology and solutions to help pinpoint where there are localized hotspots and how we can configure these transmitters differently. Because there's no means of getting away from 5G. And also we have it from satellites as well, which is increasing. And we have to bioadapt to it differently. And this radiation is going to affect wildlife, plant life, rainfall, oxygen, all things differently. And again, it's not about, the danger is having these installations and persons not understanding how to configure them. So this is why instead is with open and transparency of having the information together, and we understand how can we configure differently, where do we put it, if it's a sensitive zone, non-sensitive zone, high density, low density, how do we configure differently, or which technologies, because that will make significant differences in the impacts. And this is what we test on MRI brain scans and EEGs on not only animals, but on humans as well.
Sorry, Mr. Lake. Chairperson, I'm satisfied with the answer for now, but I'd just like to see whether you agree with my original proposal. Thank you.
Yes, then that's the issue. Yeah. I buy that proposal. That's how we're gonna close on this matter. And I believe the Secretariat has noted your proposal is supported. Then, then Honorable Bryant, I also covered, so that we proceed.
No, Chair, I'm not covered. Unfortunately, I was just asking you in terms of the other questions to Mr. Leck, in terms of his role as a government official and who's funding the research, which government department, and also his training. Thanks.
Can you respond to the question of Honorable Dave, Mr. Leck?
Yes, so as diplomatic science officer, I do not report to just one government entity or department. This is where it's recorded a lot around the world that there is sometimes bureaucratic headbutting. But my original funding is through the National Research Foundation of South Africa, this Department of Science and Innovation. However, my appointment of this was National Research Foundation. Durka also had to go through the whole processes of vetting and checking, and the Minister of Health at our Geneva mission then processed through forward my representation for South Africa per this role. In terms of the training, I have a very, very wide background. So I've got geography, computer science, information systems. I used to run wind turbine and renewable energy manufacturing plants, business administration, animal welfare, studying some law, a very wide variety of things. And given the nature of the wiring my brain being differently, this is why I don't make up anything new. I just take what's already proven in different disciplines and bring them together as a package solution and try to bridge that gap between complex science and take it over the political barrier. So bringing both parts, or all game was asked for the team, is one of the things I always ask for is for persons to just try these different advancements that have been done by scientists. And one very great product, I don't know if you're aware of, we're using our government facilities, is called Probac, where we actually, one uses bacteria as a very effective cleaning solution, outperforms many other chemicals. And this you can find in Pick and Pay, Checkers, and everywhere else. And what's great about it is that it can be ramped up very quickly and it's very highly concentratable, meaning that you're reducing the load on trucks, driving, roads. But just to buy the product in the supermarket, Probac, and just to try and experience it, feel how it's soft, feel how there's no smell, feel how it makes a difference to your household performance. And by first experiencing these different solution advancements, one is able then to understand these complex sciences. And this is the thing where I try to do a lot of picture references, because we always try to think of taking something, simplicity within complexity, is that any person on the ground, even you, your children, and even with our SARS R&D programs, can make a difference to make these dramatic impacts in South Africa. And this is the request is that any member in this committee, as I did with your secretary on Friday, covering these different stories, she goes, oh, I'm going to go try that, or I'm going to do this, because one can quickly feel that difference, even where we have like an algae column in buildings, and you've got the equivalent in 8 liters of 40 to 50 houseplants. So if you're in a room that's very stuffy or smells bad or poor performance, like we have in some of our courthouses, just by using nature and plants removes the risk of COVID, removes the risk of stale air or horrible issues. So in terms of training, I'm just a person that's multiple things, that looks to be a problem solver and working together and inspiring team members. And that's what I ask of you, of your committee members. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think we align ourselves with what Honorable Singh's recommendation. We'd like to thank you. And then as a word of advice, maybe one will then advise you to also approach those various departments to market this innovation. I think that's the other issue, but also to say then, maybe I should allow the colleagues from the department, as we're thanking you, about your competency with regard to this EMF radiation exposure. Ms. Bandeman, Vanessa, want to comment something as we're thanking Mr. Lake for taking time to present? And then you've heard our way forward on the matter.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. From my side, we've taken note of the presentation and we have nothing further. I will ask the other management team online if there's anything further that they would like to clarify. We do have Peter Lukey online as well. Peter, I'm not sure if you want to come in and comment. Thank you.
Chair, from my side, I have nothing to add. I'd be very interested to see the paper that was referred to look through that, because I can't seem to find it online. But I'd very, very much like to see that paper. Thank you, Chair.
It's all. That's all. Thank you so much, Mr. Lech. Then we'll inform you of the outcomes of our engagement. Also, same time, we'll be reverting back to the House Chair who referred this report to us on our decision. You are more than welcome, and then you exude. Thank you so much. CEO, Chairman of Isimangaliso, are you ready?
Yes, we are ready, Honorable Chairperson.
You can proceed.
Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Chairperson, Honorable Mutambi, for the opportunity given to Isimangaliso Authority to present its third and fourth quarterly performance report. Express my greetings to Honorable Deputy Minister, who I understand is in attendance, Acting DG, officials of the department, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, CEOs of and colleagues from a sister entity that is with us at this meeting. With me is the CEO of Isimangaliso, Mr. Bukosini, and the CFO, Ms. Kamgile Mtambo. Honorable Chairperson, I'm very pleased to report that in spite of the 3 catastrophes experienced in KZN, those being COVID-19, looting, and floods, Isimangaliso has been able to achieve 92% on performance on target, 4% work in progress, and 4% of target, as the CEO will elaborate later in his presentation. However, Honorable Chairperson, I do want to mention that strides were taken to reduce the percentage of the off-target performance during the time when this report was compiled. I also think, Chairperson, it is important that I indicate to this committee that the entity has received the audit outcome. And Honorable Chairperson, I am pleased to report to this committee that the entity received an unqualified audit opinion. Isimangaliso report that will be presented, of course, is based on its 4 programs, those being corporate support services, biodiversity conservation, tourism and business development, as well as socioeconomic environmental development. I also would like to mention that Isimangaliso has worked very hard to ensure that it executes its mandate. And at this point, it has really made every effort to ensure that the World Heritage status is maintained, and also that the ensuring that the ecological integrity of the ecosystems within the World Heritage site are maintained. I think it is also important for me to mention that Isimangaliso is also working very hard to follow through the implementation plan of the recommendations of the Ministerial Panel of Experts on breaching of the mouth of Isimangaliso, of the St. Lucia estuary, which fortunately is still open thanks to the intervention of Mother Nature. The action plan has indeed been developed, and as we speak, there is a lot of progress on that. But then again, when you look at the whole plan, we realize that a lot of financial resources will be presented. But again, I'll request that the CEO elaborate on this when he does his presentation. But what is important to mention at this point is that we're really making sure that that action plan is being implemented. And also linked to that, the board established the task team by extending the terms of reference of the Social and Ethics Committee of the board to engage closely with the local communities in order to ensure that the relationship between Isimangaliso and its stakeholders is strengthened. This also came with the recommendations from the ministerial panel of experts. I think, Honorable Chairperson, this is also important that I mention that there is also a progress on the implementation of the commercialization strategy. This committee will remember that we reported that the commercialization strategy was launched last year in August. And at the moment, we have really made significant progress on that. The CEO will again give details when he does his presentation on that. Members of this committee, it is important that I indicate to this committee that the entity continues to enhance its commitment to work with the stakeholders, and these include people in parks, fisheries, farmers, both commercial and subsistence farmers, SMEs, and ordinary members of the community. Also of significance is that the entity is very aware that it should not always be reliant on the government grants. Therefore, the financial position of the entity is very important to the board. Financial sustainability remains a standing item on the agenda of the board. Currently, the entity is in a healthy financial position compared to the same period during the previous year. And this is giving us hope that we are really moving forward with our attempts of ensuring that the entity is financially sustainable. I think at this point, Chairperson, I will request that I be allowed to hand over to the CEO, Mr. Bukosini, to do the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. A very good morning to you, honorable members. Our DM present with us here, the acting DG, and colleagues from the department who are present, as well as colleagues from our entity as well. Prof, you have forgotten to also mention that we have Lungi, our strategy support manager, who is in our midst here.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Prof. I think you have done quite a lot, but let me once again reiterate the fact that we measure our performance using the three grid or the criteria, the analysis criteria, where all the targets that are achieved is 100%, and those that are in progress is 50 to 99%, and those that are off target is 0 to 49%.
Professor, can you just mute your microphone so that we don't disrupt the CEO, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. Our performance for the third quarter in particular, I'm not too sure, Chairperson, if you would want me to just concentrate on the yellow and the red and just talk to briefly, but generally, Prof, Chairperson, it's 92%.
You know it very well, that's where you must focus on.
Thank you very much. So our performance is sitting at 92%, and that can be attributed to hard work that we've seen in the entity, and the areas where we still have yellow, or where we had yellow in the third quarter. It was the workplace skills plan that we were still in the process of making preparation for submission to the board for approval. If we can go to that slide. And that was going to be done in February in 2022, which I must report, Chairperson, that it was accordingly attended to. In terms of the areas where we had read, it was an issue between, there's a meeting, or there are quarterly meetings that we hold with Isimangaliso and Wildlife, in accordance with the institutional arrangement which we have with them, where we discuss bilateral issues, especially on conservation-related matters. Now, that meeting could not happen in the third quarter because majority of the executives from the side of Isimangaliso were unfortunately not available and could not be available during that time, December, to attend that meeting. This despite numerous engagements that we tried to hold the meeting, but unfortunately it could not take place. The second issue is the cubic meters of earthworks in wetland rehabilitation. Again, that target could not be achieved. And this was mainly because of the delayed transfer, again, of the funding to us, for us to be able to execute or implement this target. So in as far as Quota 3 is concerned, Honorable Chairperson, that was the performance, and those were the areas which we were unfortunately short of, which then culminated to us achieving that 92% overall as an organization. If I may, Chairperson, with your permission, just go straight to program to Quota 4. You will realize that when we go to Quota 4, we are reporting 100% performance. And I think I will leave it there because there are no yellow or red targets that I need to respond to. But I will then allow the CFO to take you through both the third as well as the fourth quarter financials. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will then attend to the issues of the estuary, as there was a question or a request for me to attend to that, as well as the issue of the commercialization later on, but shortly after the CFO has finalized her presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, over to you, CEO.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Thank you so much, CEO, for the opportunity, and good morning, Prof. In terms of the financial performance, CEO and Chairperson, is that during Quota 3, we saw some improvement in our finances from when you compare it with the previous year. There was an improvement, especially on Quota start. We started to see improvement on Quota 3 throughout to Quota 4. So in terms of revenue, our park revenue, we're able to increase from 11 million to 8.6 million. And the revenue generated by the entity was about 19 million. When you compare with the previous time, last year, it was not the same as this. Because of relaxation on COVID regulation, we're able to achieve that 19.196. And I was listening yesterday to the news that tourism is starting to pick up. We are sitting at about 51% overall. So even in our case, we can see the improvement. But in terms of at the end of the Quota 3, we're sitting at a deficit of about 10 million. And then can we move to the next slide? But all our expenditure were maintained throughout. As a result, if we can also move to the next, so it means on our park revenue, we increase about 7.1 million. And in terms of actual versus budget, we're still within our budget. There were no items where we exceeded. If we can move to the next slide to see our financial position. As the Chairperson of the board had said, that our financials were still good, because we are sitting at 1:1 at this point. Even though the acceptable one, it is in terms of liquidity, you need to sit at about 2:1, where you are able to meet your own obligation. But in terms of Quota 3, our asset was sitting at about 792. And yeah, I think that's the major one. The other thing that we had done, was our first quarter where we registered for VAT. And at that time, we were expecting to receive about 7.8 million, 8 million from SARS for quarter 3. I then would like to move to quarter 4 financials. If we can just assist me to go to quarter 4 financials, it's not on this presentation, so we need to go to the next presentation of Isimangaliso, so it's quarter 4. Okay, this is quarter 4 of our financials. And as I've mentioned, if you look at the last quarter, we were sitting at about 11 million. And at the end of quarter 4, we were sitting at 17 million park revenue. These are amounts that we receive through gate access. And you can see it has moved. If you compare, because this was now 12 months, if you compare 2021, we're sitting at about 12 million. And in 2022, we're sitting about 17 million. So there is a huge difference, and we expect the change even in this current financial year. So overall, the total revenue generated by the park, it moved from 28 million to 33 million. And in terms of the grants, of course, in the current year, we did not have presidential stimulus, hence our grants were the one that we received from the department and were maintained, which equates to 272. And when you look at our expenditure, they were all maintained. The only difference that from the last quarter was that in this quarter, in the end of the financial year, we had a surplus of about 28 million, which also goes to the attributes of also having the being registered for VAT. If we can go to the next slide. I would also want to explain more. The next slide, this is the summary of what I explained. If we can go to the next slide. This is the slides about the actual versus the budget. If we can also go to the next slide, because the important one is on the next slide. As I've mentioned that we are now registered with VAT. And if you can go to the next slide for financial position, here our asset increase from the last quarter to the last quarter, it was about 30 million. And maybe if I can also explain, you have a receivable from non-exchange, which was coming from the department. There was an implementation that we had, or the grant that we received for the fence. I think we also mentioned on our last portfolio meeting is that we had received an allocation letter with that amount of 27 million, and at the end of the financial year, we had already executed on the project, but the money hadn't come in our account. It came on the 1st of April, but we had already executed. As I've also mentioned that we are registered for VAT. Some good news is that at this point, we have received about plus 92 million that we received from SARS as refunds. This is due to the previous year. We requested that we want to open the previous financial years so that we can be able to claim from those amounts. Other than that, our liquidity was 0.84. Was 0.84:1. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I may, with the estuary, with your permission.
Okay. Can we also see you?
Oh. Okay.
Sorry, Chairperson. I don't know whether was I cut?
No.
We thought you were done. You said thank you. There was a slide that said thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, we heard you. Thank you. See you. Over to you.
All right. Thank you, Chairperson. At least I don't have those problems with my picture today.
Oh, we thought we are the same WhatsApp group.
Okay. All right. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think members will recall, which is, I think, the reason why they're asking what is the progress in as far as the estuary management plan or estuary, the Lake St. Lucia estuary action plan is concerned. We received that report as from the members of the panel, and we then we subsequently developed an action plan. The focus on that action plan, Chairperson and members, was to make sure that we develop activities and tasks that need to be conducted by the entity, but also identify those that could be that are going to be implemented by other government organ structures, as well as the private sector, in this case, farmers, the community, and so on. So one of the key issues out of that action plan was the issue of the monitoring plan, which was developed as at 2022 in June this year. So that plan is now there. But that plan has also been developed to an extent of now looking into what needs to be done. So there is an implementation plan which needs to be executed, and that plan, if we do the budget estimates, requires about 21 million. And currently in our budget we have 1 million. Which then made us to engage with the department on trying to find sources or funding to make sure that this plan kicks off. Those engagements are currently underway. In my meeting with the DG, we were looking into also engaging the DGs from other departments, for instance, the Department of Water and Sanitation, Agriculture, Land Affairs, and so on, to see how best they can also assist in terms of other activities that are contained in the plan itself. There was also a target which was supposed to be implemented as of April 2022, which is that one of clearing of the alien plants from the dune, because they were causing the problem of stabilizing the dunes, thus making it very difficult for them to breach naturally. That has been currently ongoing, and of course there has been disturbances because of the inundation of water and the influx of crocodiles as well as hippos. As if you do go to the estuary today, you will see that quite often we do find your hippos, you find your crocodiles, and sometimes sharks, which makes it very difficult to work in that area. But progress is currently underway in as far as the clearing of that is concerned. In the main, the issue that we're looking at there is the casuarine. The other issue, Chairperson, which I think is more important, is that one of the levees in the canals. One of the key issues there was to see how best we deal with the issue of removing the sediment, because that in the main has been the problem in as far as allowing water to be able to flow and flush some of the sediment. That again has been an issue, but we unfortunately do not have that mandate, especially outside the park, and that will then require that the Department of Water and Sanitation works on that, and that is where this engagement between myself, DG, and the DDG with the Department of Water and Sanitation is becoming imperative. But also we're engaging with the farmers, the Ratepayers Association, but in the main the farmers, because of their role in as far as the canals are concerned, because they are owning those canals, and they also have a role to play in terms of assisting in dealing with certain aspects of the levees and canals, especially on their part. So far, Chairperson, those are the areas where we have to concentrate on, and we are continuously meeting with other government departments to discuss on issues that pertain to how do we really alleviate this situation. We have accordingly met with the stakeholders, the farmers, the Ratepayers Association, the committee from Sokulu, the chairperson of the small-scale farmers, and we have discussed quite a number of issues, including the issues that I have talked to. We have also agreed with that collective that we are going to have special task teams focusing on specific things. But I think we did explain to them some of the challenges that we have, i.e. the issue of the funding, which we are dealing with the DG as we speak. On the issue of appointing the estuarine ecologist, we have made a provision, as the CFO was talking about us having money that we have now received. We have made a provision that in the budget adjustment, we will allocate certain funding to appoint that ecologist for at least a contract of at least 5 years. That also together with the researcher who will be able to provide us. That is just to make sure that we augment our capacity as well, instead of relying too much on the consultants. But in the meantime, whilst we are working on that, we have written to SANBI to second the ecologist to Isimangaliso, and we are awaiting the response from SANBI in that regard. So, Chairperson, very briefly, in as far as the issue of the estuary, that is where we are, and the Chairperson of the board has correctly alluded to the fact that the estuary remains open as we speak. We have seen, although it's not scientifically justified, but we have seen a little bit of impact in terms of the vegetation inside the estuary that is slowly showing signs of drying up. But I think we are yet to look into that. The issues of the salinity and the water levels, those are being dealt with by Ezemvelo Kensington Wildlife on daily basis, and it's ongoing. So that is what is currently happening. So we are constantly engaging with the stakeholders. After the meeting that I had with the farmers, the Ratepayers Association, as well as the Sokulu, and but the committees, I also went and have a community meeting with the Dugu community, especially that is largely affected by what is happening. And we explained to them all this implementation plan, the challenges that we have, the plan that we have, and engagements that we are having. And I pledge to them that we will, on regular basis, keep on updating them on how far we are going in terms of implementing this action plan. So that is where we are in as far as the estuary is concerned. On the issue of the commercialization, we did obtain the exemption from the National Treasury, and the project team that I appointed has set a report is on my desk for approval, so that we can now start the process of advertising the small caps. Those are activities that are below 10 million. Those are your open game vehicles, game drive vehicles, your boats, your diving, and many other activities that we have. So that is going to be advertised as of this oncoming September. For the large caps, DM, we have written to the minister to say that we have concluded all the processes with Ezemvelo organized labor, and I think we are just en route to start the process of now appointing the transactional advisors, as well as conducting the feasibility studies, which will then see these facilities being put on the market going forward. So that is how far we have gone in as far as commercialization is concerned. Thank you very much, Chairperson and members. We will take questions thereafter.
Thank you for that update, CEO. Okay, it's time for questions and discussions. Colleagues. Can I see a show of hands? It's Honorable Brian, it's going to be followed by Honorable Phillips, then Honorable Singh, in that order. Honorable Brian, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the officials for the presentation. My first question is in terms of the target on biodiversity conservation is 12% off target there. What are the reasons for that 12% off target status, and in which areas of biodiversity conservation are they currently off target? And what are the reasons behind this? Has it got anything to do with budget, or what are the specific reasons in terms of missing that target? The presenter mentioned the meeting that was supposed to take place with Isimangaliso in December, on December the 21st, and that the representatives from Isimangaliso stated that they were unable to attend. Can you please expand a little bit in terms of what the reasons were that were given for those representatives not attending the meeting, even though, as he mentions, they were given prior notification and originally agreed, apparently? What were the reasons given for that non-attendance? And then in terms of the unspent conditional grants, I did note the point that I think that it was mentioned that 20 mil has already been spent going towards the fence, but that would still leave around about 70 million of the 90 million unspent. What are the projects or the areas where that funding is supposed to be spent that are currently not receiving that attention? 70 million is still a considerable amount of money which could be spent within the park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Phillips.
Good morning. Thank you so much for that report. Yeah, I have a couple of questions. The first will be for the chair, Professor Thandi. Professor, you referred to an action plan which has been implemented. Can you just tell us which action plan that is? And then you also referred to a number of community interactions. Can you please give me how many meetings have been held with the small scale and the commercial farmers since the high level panel report came out? Mr. Bukosini, the CEO, the earthworks that you referred to, what are they intended to do? And then the invasive clearing of the Casuarina that the chair and I saw in the dunes. I know you've referred to that there's a challenge with hippo and crocodile. Your rangers actually work in a national park, so we would assume that they would be quite au fait with how to work safely in amongst these animals. The rangers in the Kruger National Park work amongst those animals in addition to other big cat predators, and they manage to do their job quite well. So I would like to know how many hectares of the Casuarina have actually been cleared. I see there was no mention made in your report about the head office building that much fanfare was made about, much money was spent on, and which last time I went past there was just standing as an empty shell. Then you referred to the action plan of the high level panel, and you said you've got an action plan, but now you need to decide what needs to be done. Well, yeah, I'm a little bit confused about that, because I would have thought that you first need to know what needs to be done before you come up with an action plan. Your amount given was 21 million, and I just would like that to be broken down into exactly what of that 21 million you need to use where. and removing the sediment, the approximate quote for that was about 6 million. And I know that the farmers or the Sugarcane Association had agreed to help with that, but nothing has been done to date. So we're sitting off at 6 months after a high-level panel was appointed to address a really critical problem in St. Lucia, and nothing has been done about it. There is physically no change. In the high-level panel report, we noted that there were a number of measurements that should be taken that aren't being taken. And I would very much like to know whether any silt levels of the inflowing silt, both into the estuary and into the lake, are being measured, and if they are, where are they being measured and what are those measurements? And then I need to broach this, and I know it wasn't in your report, but we have this huge problem with Isimangaliso a bit further up in the game reserve, where we've had a large amount of rhino poached, where we've had fences down, damage to communities by the animals, fences probably allegedly damaged by the community themselves. But this Isimangaliso seems to be a law unto themselves, and I'm just wondering how we can intervene in this disaster that is happening there. And if you've got any suggestions about how, as a portfolio committee, we could become involved in that, and then and possibly help to solve these problems, because if we don't do something about it soon, we're going to have no rhino left and probably no lion, and the community are just going to carry on being affected and being very unhappy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Phillips. Honorable Singh, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think my two colleagues have touched on the subjects that I wanted to broach, but just on a matter of emphasis. Thank you for the presentation. The 27 January 2022 meeting with Isimangaliso didn't take place, and I know that was in the fourth quarter, but since then, did any meetings take place? Because there is a new board that we saw announced by the previous MEC. Secondly, there have been issues that Mr. Bukosini referred to that involve funding and other departments. Now, perhaps this question should be directed to the acting DG. To what extent is the department DFFE playing a role in ensuring that this funding is made available with regard to also the high-level panel's execution of their plans, because he did say that the department was approached. My last question would relate to the authority from Treasury on commercialization. Could we get a list of all those projects or entities or subdivisions that would be commercialized and when the tenders go out for them? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Singh. I don't see any other hands. Maybe let me just also raise my issues. Chairperson and CEO, including the fellow management team members, I think you deserve to be commended for the job well done, despite the mounting challenges that you face as a conservation agency. You know, the issues, it's when you have your neighboring communities that are looking to the park for survival. And then one then wants to encourage you. That also include, I suppose, the committee as well, that you then lastly pursue good neighborhood with the surrounding communities. Because without those without their cooperation, this beautiful Isimangaliso Wetland Park cannot be sustained in perpetuity, especially against the tide of poverty in these communities. Then one would like to encourage you, Chairperson and CEO and the team, to enforce the law with compassion. You must never say these people, rather say our people, because indeed they are our people. Having said what I've said, notwithstanding, I would like to also ask yourselves about the total number of land claims lodged against the park as at June 2019. And then the issue here is as to how many of those claims were resolved to date and how many are outstanding, and whether the recent land invasions that we have seen around the park had anything to do with those outstanding land claims, or how have those unresolved land claims influenced the park and the people relations within the Isimangaliso Wetland Park. So those are the issues that I want clarity on. Over to you, Chairperson and CEO and the other colleagues.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. I think I will start. The questions that I think were directed to my introductory remarks had to do with the action plan.
Stop. Wat jaag je? Was in die ding nou. Hierdie afverre op die tafel.
Jy en Valerie se opsporingstoestel. Want Valerie se man in my motor besplant terwyl.
Emadot, you have a guest, Dikok Ata, please. You don't come here and just disrupt our meeting. As a belief, proceed, Chair. Professor Nzama?
I'm sorry, Chair.
I know you're overwhelmed about what happened. Proceed. Sorry for that.
Thank you very much. I was saying that the questions that were directed to me were mainly based on the opening remarks that I made earlier that had to do with the action plan. The action plan that I am referring to is the one that the CEO actually mentioned in his presentation, is the action plan that is based on the recommendation of the ministerial panel of experts. When the report was presented and all stakeholders were there, the implementation plan was then prepared by the entity and then was presented to everybody that was there. Then on the basis of that implementation plan, there was then an action plan, which was an indication of what will be done when. It was then at that point that it was discovered that in order for the entity to really implement each and every recommendation that was coming from the ministerial panel of experts, that then there will be a need for the entity to raise that amount of 21 million. So members of the committee, the action plan that I was talking about is the very one that the CEO was speaking on, which is based on the recommendations that were made by the members of the ministerial panel. I think I also would like to touch on the meetings. I think that is also another question that was directed to me as to how many meetings have been held with the communities. I think I did mention when I was doing my opening remarks that a number of meetings have been held with a number of stakeholders, which include, of course, people in parks, which include small-scale farmers, which include SMMEs. I may not have the exact number of meetings that have been held, but I know for a fact that these meetings took place. And when the CEO was doing his own presentation, he even indicated that some of these meetings were actually led by himself, where he went to local communities and held these meetings. And so, honorable members of this committee, I think I would like to confirm that yes, all stakeholders have been engaged in one way or another. In most cases, it will obviously be that group of people that are dealing with a specific matter at that particular point in time. But these meetings do happen, and they have been reported time and time again to the board. However, perhaps I think I should also indicate that the board has also established its own task team. And I indicated that actually it wasn't really a new task team, but we expanded the terms of reference of the Social and Ethics Committee. So that is the committee of the board, or the task team of the board, that will also be engaging with local communities, which is also in line with the recommendations of the ministerial panel of experts. Honorable Chairperson, I think I have responded to the 2 questions that were directed specifically to me. And I will then request for the CEO to add, and if necessary, I will also add something else. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I will now request the CEO to add to what I've just said and respond to a number of questions that have been posed to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe let me just start, Chairperson, on the question on small scale fisheries. Chairperson, you'll recall that at some point
can we see you, CEO, please?
Oh, okay.
The video people in Parliament are fighting with me.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm saying that in regards to the issue of the small-scale fisheries, you will recall, Chairperson, that there was a very huge concern from members of the community, and especially the small-scale fisheries, that they are being harassed, and there are so many concerns that they have with regards to their operations. So I have taken it upon myself to just hold meetings with them, wherein I get to understand exactly what their issues are, and they have frankly shared with me their frustrations. And I'm happy to say that I then made a commitment with them that I am going to elevate their matters to a point where I hold personally, and I am chairing quarterly meetings with them. To date, we've had 2 meetings already. And I must report to you, Chairperson, that the relationship between ourselves and the small-scale fisheries have really turned 360 degrees purely because of that. The issues that they are raising, some of them are very petty issues, which really did not require us to be in a position where we found ourselves in, i.e. the issue of them being able to access the park or creating the cards so that they'll be able to produce those cards when they get into the park for fishing purposes. So what is interesting now is that we are really coming up with very good solutions on how best we can work with them collaboratively in a manner that is going to ensure that their practices are not compromised and they are not disturbed unnecessarily. So I can assure you that we are working with them on those issues, and there are no challenges going forward. Honorable Phillips, the issue of the earthworks, as you know, Isimangaliso is a Isimangaliso wetland park, and it is largely a Ramsar site, which basically means that our lifeline and our survival in the main is on the basis of us being a wetland. So what we do, because if you look at the history of Isimangaliso, especially if you start from from St. Lucia, your east as well as western shores, you will recall that originally this area was managed by Forestry, and a lot of land management was done there, which caused a lot of hips or dunes or unnatural dunes in the area. Now, those dunes unfortunately affect the landscape, which then affect the flow of water, especially between these wetlands. Now, in order for us to allow the eastern shores and western shores in particular to operate as it used to operate many, many, many years ago, we then have this program to respond to that, where we remove those dunes so that we allow water to flow. If you were to go to St. Lucia, Eastern Shores in particular, as well as Western Shores today, you will now appreciate the amount of water that is in that area because of wetlands that have been resuscitated. This also can be attributed to the management intervention of the previous administration, wherein they removed a lot of eucalyptus and pine trees, which then made it very possible for those wetlands to be rehabilitated. And as I talk to you now, those wetlands are functioning very well, and they are there. And St. Lucia is very wet as we speak. On the issue of the crocodiles and hippos, where we need to be doing some work, it is true that we've got field rangers from the side of Isimangaliso, but we are also on the side of the contractors now who are working, who are not necessarily the responsibility of Isimangaliso, but Isimangaliso. We are now having a program which is coupled with the NRM, which is working for water, wherein we now have people who will be assisting them in terms of providing that security services. But fact of the matter is that the conditions, as you know, if you go to St. Lucia now, they are not very safe, and you don't want to expose people to that, because this is human lives, and you just want to be very cautious. Yes, you can manage issues like your hippos outside, and you can manage issues like your lions and so on, but it becomes very difficult to manage your crocodiles and when you are working and you are a contractor, you're not a field ranger per se. So those are the challenges from a precautionary point of view that we said, when there are those imminent risks, we need to be careful and not expose ourselves unnecessarily, lest we be found or receive litigations and have problems with the public on that aspect. But as I say, we are working around the clock to address that, and work, as I say, in areas where there is no huge inundation. There is work that is being done there. In terms of the hectarage, I think we are going to give you that. It's just that I don't have it with me now. If Lungi, you can just note that so that we can provide that in writing to say how many hectares have been removed to date in as far as those alien invasive plants on the dunes. The head office building, thank you for reminding me to address that question. That office, which was, as you indicated, that you went there and you saw an empty building. If you were to go there today, you'll see a completely different story, because there is construction that is going ahead, and we, in terms of our target, anticipate that in the next 3 to 4 months, that building, we will be having a roof on top of it. The windows are there because the material is there. So the contractor is on site as we speak, and they are finalizing whatever that is outstanding, because the critical path in terms of the project was mainly on the roof, because the rest has now been achieved. The action plan, what needs to be done, is quite a number of issues that need to be done in as far as that action plan, the monitoring, especially the one that I am saying will require about 29 million. We've got issues on the water quality. As you said, we're looking at a number of issues there: your salinity, water levels, the nutrients, the pH, dissolved oxygen, the flow direction, flow speed, the tidal height recordings. Those are issues that you want to be looking at and see how best you deal with. from a sediment dynamics point of view is your topographic surveys for the Lake St. Lucia as well as Umpolozi and Msunduzi system, the leader, the LIDR. So those are issues that you also want to look into, the nature and the source of those sediments, because again, that's another research that you need to look at, the bathymetric surveys using the side scan, the soil sonar, depth of the profiles, total suspended ceiling, solids, the sandbar, extent, crest height, and water turbidity. That is now we looked at in between the years, the use of the surveyor also as a special service to monitor the specific points along that sandbar. From a hydrological point of view, you're looking at the fresh water inflow into the estuary. And obviously, as we said earlier on, that takes into account the influence on the salinity as well. But also, it also tells you whether the flow, the speed, as we said, I'm sure you'll recall, Honorable Phillips, in my initial presentation, I was talking about the different velocities between Umsunduzi and Imfolozi, where Imfolozi is a high flow, high flowing river, but Umsunduzi is a very slow, which then that combined causes the back flooding when the mouth is not opened accordingly. So those are the issues that we wanted to look at. The water levels, as you have talked to, the daily condition of the mouth, and many other activities, scientific activities that need to be done there. But in as far as the issue of water levels, the salinity, and so on, fortunately, we do have Isimangaliso KZN Wildlife doing that on daily basis, and we do have records and data in as far as that is concerned. The issue of the farmers committing 6 million on the removal of the sediment, I think it's going to be a matter that will be discussed in the next meeting, which we'll be having very soon with the farmers, because that will be their contribution. And I'm happy to hear that, and I hope they will confirm that commitment so that we can start seeing a movement on their part in as far as the issue of the canals in particular. I think it's going to help us a lot in addressing what we are dealing with there. The issue of the rhino poaching, honorable members, you will recall that we did say to you that because of the good working relationship that we have now with the communities, if you talk about Isimangaliso in particular, the interventions that we have put in place, i.e. the dehorning of the rhinos, as well as strengthening the relations with communities living adjacent to this park, have really paid dividends in the sense that we don't have the same problems as we have in other areas where there is a scourge in terms of the rhino poaching. So we really don't have too much of that problem. Instead, on our end, the reserve manager in Mpolozi was just sharing with me, I think we're getting calves as we speak. And we've got photographs, very exciting pictures to show that they are at ease and they are really breeding, those rhinos in Mkhuze in particular. You will recall that we removed ours from Western Shores, and the reason or the rationale for us removing them in the Western Shores was purely because there is that arrangement with Siakubega where they were roaming into forestry, and that's where they were really getting exposed. But also we had serious problems with visibility and availability of field rangers from Isimangaliso due to challenges that they have at the present moment or that they had. The fences that are damaged, we are working very closely with Isimangaliso, Honorable Phillips, but yes, of course, their main challenge is that they do not themselves have enough field rangers. I did explain to you how many field rangers you need for how many hectares of a reserve. And if you look at that, there is serious shortfall in terms of the number of the field rangers. So, but what I have done, I've gone to some of these communities to understand exactly what is the issue here. The issue here, and I'll be very blunt and be very honest with you, is purely poverty. When we have these opportunities, unfortunately, we will not have opportunities for the entire community. We will have opportunities for 2, 3, 4, or 10. Those that did not get the opportunities, unfortunately, will then revolt and complain that why these, why not them. But when you really go deeper, it's just hunger. But I must say that the support that we're getting from the department, especially when we are maintaining these fences, especially those that are along the coast, because they rust quite rapidly. We do provide opportunities, and I did present to you the statistics in terms of SMMEs as well as job opportunities that are created as a result of that. So it's an issue that we're dealing with, but we are slowly and gradually enjoying the intervention of the traditional leadership in addressing those issues. I have recently met with SAPs in particular to say they must also effect arrest, and so that people will know that in as much as we are having a carrot approach, but we also do have the capability of a stick approach. That is why if you look at Futululu, for instance, you have people who are arrested, you have the High Court order, and so on. The traditional leadership is very quick not to protect those who are breaking the law, but saying that if people have concerns and understanding the issues of poverty, that we must work together in finding a solution. And of course, Isimangaliso is not going to solve all the poverty, unemployment issues in Umkhanyakude, but Isimangaliso can contribute as we are currently doing, and everyone can see that. The issue of the how the portfolio committee could intervene, I think it's a subject that we will have to look into. If you look at the legislative framework in terms of the Restitution of Land Rights Act, it sort of creates an expectation that once you own the land, you will then become an equal footing co-manager with the conservation agencies. Number two, it creates an expectation that you have full understanding in terms of the operations of what is happening inside the park. Now, if you go to NAMPA, if you go to other pieces of legislation, you then realize that the legislative framework does not create a situation which will meet those expectations. And this is my example, Chairperson. If you go to the Cabinet Memorandum of the People and Parks, which is discussed usually at national level with the People and Parks structure, there's a memorandum when there's an expectation from the claimants to say 60-40%. If there are opportunities, 60% must go to the claimants or the landowners, and 40% must be distributed to the broader community. But the reality now is that in terms of the PFMA, and if you were even to go to the MFMA, if you're in the context of local government, you will not find the policies or any legislative framework which favors this 60-40% to be implemented. So it then becomes an expectation that is not met by us, and then creates this hostility between ourselves and people who have the expectations. So there is a very big debate, discussion around an enabling legislative framework, which is now going to align. Otherwise, all the other issues that we talk about in terms of community beneficiation become a pipe dream, which is not implemented legally, because there are no instruments to deal with that. On the issue of Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife, why they did not meet with us, what was the reason, and so on. When we engaged with them, some executive managers were not there, and we were told that they are not there. And when we looked at the quorum, it could not be reached. We tried on several occasions to find out exactly what challenges they were having, but unfortunately, we just could not have those meetings. I then subsequently, in the beginning of the year, had a special meeting with the CEO, the acting CEO. We sat down and he committed that he's now going to try and make sure that we don't have these situations. And I must report that after his intervention, the meetings which we are supposed to have on quarterly basis are now taking place. And we did catch up, Honorable Singh, in the fourth quarter, and we are now on par in as far as those meetings are concerned. Hence, the 100% achievement in the fourth quarter to address all that we could not achieve in the third quarter. On the issue of the list of activities, I did mention them, but yes, we can share with you those activities because yes, we did announce on the 25th that we're going this route, and we are happy that now we are advertising. It will be in September, and the website of Isimangaliso will be buzzing with those opportunities. On the 24th, I'm meeting a number of stakeholders, including the business fraternity, where I will also now be outlining these activities, these opportunities. I've also invited the finance sector like your Itala. I've invited small business to also come and explain to those who may require funding what are the processes and procedures that they need to follow, so that no one will say there was an opportunity, but we were not given an opportunity to have access to funding so that we can participate in this economy of the park. So this then once again reconfirms our commitment to the three-pronged strategy of conservation, ecotourism, and stakeholders, where we all do conservation with and for the people. Chairperson, you asked about the number of land claims that have been launched. I may have to check, but last time I checked, I think we had about 12 or 14. The majority of them have been concluded, although some have been partially concluded if you were to look at it from a legislative point of view, because they are concluded purely on the basis of Section 42D, which basically means that there is an agreement in terms of the negotiations between the parties concerned. In this case, it will be Isimangaliso and the land claimants and others. But I must say that from those that have been settled, I think there are about 6 that have been settled. That will be your Makasa, your Bangazi, your Mkuze, Ngwenya land claims. The Mbila one is the one that is sitting at the Section 42D. But if you look at it, it's considered as a claim that has been settled. Now, what has happened is that we have entered into co-management agreements, and there are funds that we pay as per the commitment of those co-management agreements that are derived. And those funds are derived from revenue that accrues or that we get from the gates and the concessions from the park. So that is how far we are. The issue of the invasion, I must be honest to say it has absolutely nothing to do with the issue of the land claims. When we looked at it quite carefully, especially in Futululu, it is in the main as a result of the local politics. It is as a result of other people who are taking advantage of other members of the communities. For instance, if you go to Futululu, you'll find people who are claiming that they are selling sites, and people have paid money for those sites for both agricultural and residential purposes, only to find out that it's just a scam, because that land belongs to government and it's for conservation purposes. And for Tululu, because of its conservation status, is one remaining a forest which we really need to conserve, because if you look throughout the park and throughout the province, it is very special from a conservation point of view. And we can at some point discuss that in detail. Yeah, so I think, Chairperson, in as far as land claims are concerned and the relationships, that's how far we go. And then, as I said, a lot still needs to be done in terms of the legislative framework. Honorable Singh will agree with me, for instance, here, that in most parts of KwaZulu-Natal, where there are successful or finalized or semi-finalized land claims, the hiccup is with the Ingonyama Trust, because Ingonyama Trust does not agree with the current model of settling land claims. Now, you then find the Restitution of Land Rights Act, NEMPA, and Ingonyama Trust Act not aligning around those issues. So hence my submission to say, from a portfolio point of view, that is the intervention that would require, because that does cause a lot of tensions on the ground. And unfortunately, we don't have powers to attend to those issues as officials. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Can you then formally to write to us in that respect, CEO, where you need the alignment, the legislation alignment, ne? If you can do that to us and then explain to us the challenges that you are encountering and propose to us, then we can take it from there.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will do so.
Any follow-ups? None. I don't see any end. Okay.
Sorry, Chair, my hand is up.
Oh, okay, sure.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much for that, CEO. I really do appreciate your replies. On the staff shortage or shortfall in field ranges that you mentioned, is that a budgetary problem, or is that simply an administration problem? If you can maybe give us some more information about how we can go about rectifying that, because we cannot look after our rhinos and our other game if we don't have the right amount of field rangers. Thank you so much.
Okay. See you.
All right. From the engagement that I had with the acting CEO, Isimangaliso, it's mainly a budgetary situation. Remember, when I was presenting to you the issue of the regulations, where Isimangaliso is performing that conservation service to the authority, they indicated that they're having challenges that when a field ranger resigns, or when a field ranger passes on, unfortunately, they are unable to fill that vacancy because of the budget cuts. He was just telling me that recently, I think, or in this current financial year, they had a 300 million budget cut. Some of the problems that they currently have in their own protected areas, i.e. in Polosi, with lions and hyenas and leopards going out of the reserve, they just don't have money to mend that fence or to repair that fence. Now, it's purely financial. In my view, I think we would need, because we get affected by this situation, we would need, maybe if the portfolio committee can intervene at a national level to engage with the provincial Department of ETIA to see how best they can assist in this situation, because it doesn't only affect Isimangaliso, but it also affects us as well on our end. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you so much, CEO, for the comprehensive responses, Chairperson and the team. You are free to go, unless if you want to listen to your other colleagues, but we want to appreciate you. Oh, Honorable Singh's hand is up.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much. Not a question, but I think as a portfolio committee, perhaps we must try and seek an arrangement and an engagement with our counterparts in KZN, just to find out what's happening at Zambelo Wildlife. And then Honorable Phillips did mention some community issues. Some of those issues were reported to me, and I had to get hold of the MEC at that time through legislature portfolio committee members, of lions invading, and killing cattle, etc. The matter has now been referred to the Human Rights Commission, who are investigating. And I have all those reports, but I think, because we are involved nationally on the environmental issues, we need to have some kind of a briefing from them, working with our provincial counterparts. Thank you.
Yeah, I deliberately posted a clip. This happened last week, wherein community members were then they put the park Umfolozi Park to ban the gun house. Yeah, you saw the stuff that I packed. And then mostly, naturally, the issues that we've been hearing around Ezemvelo. I think it's high time we need to convene the new MEC and maybe understand what is happening. Now the board, last time it was apportioned to the board, there's a new board that has been appointed, but there's a lot of things that happens around. You hear a lot of stories around the Isimangaliso issues. Then because it's also then what is an implementing agent or whatever with Isimangaliso, then whatever they do also affect the work of Isimangaliso. Like that target that you ask of the meeting with Ezemvelo, them not coming, because this that forum wherein then they can iron out matters of it. I think that can be done. That can be arranged, that we have a meeting so that we iron out all those issues, because whatever they do, Isimangaliso gets affected by issue that there are stuff that they do. Remember the killings? Yes, it happened in the Isimangaliso Park by them. So I think that's a matter that we need to follow up. But we want to thank you. Like I've said, we can excuse you, but if you want to stay, you can still stay. Having said that, then thank you so much, Chairperson, CEO, and team. Then
thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members.
Okay.
Thank you.
You need comfort break 5 minutes as they are loading their presentation. What does service Chairperson be ready? 5 minutes comfort break. Let's reconvene. I think we're doing nice on time according to the time schedules. 5 minutes, it means we should be back at 3 minutes past.
Recording stopped. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Deputy Minister, Acting Director General, representatives from the department, Mr. Peter Lukier, who is also a board member, and colleagues. It is a pleasure to introduce Quota 3 and Quota 4 performance results of South African Weather Services. The entity performed admirably in the last half of 2021-2022 financial year, and the achievements in each of the quarters will be presented by the Chief Executive Officer before this committee. Before introducing the achievements of the entity, I would like to introduce the Deputy Chairperson of South African Weather Services, Mr. Itani Paduli, Management of South African Weather Services led by the CEO, Mr. Isham Abada, supported by Mr. Norman Mzizi, the Chief Financial Officer, Dr. Jonas Mpepia, Executive Weather and Climate Services, Mr. Mnikeli Ndabambi, Executive Infrastructure and Information Systems, Ms. Zolega Makongolo, who was the acting Executive Corporate Services during the periods under review, Ms. Petro Decker, the Executive Corporate Services, who joined South African Weather Services on the 1st of August 2022, Mr. Dituso Mohapi, Specialist Strategy, Planning and Reporting. Chairperson, the entity managed to achieve 80% and 88.89% of its targets in the third and fourth quarters, respectively. Through the implementation of its Program 1 of the Annual Performance Plan, which is Weather and Climate Services, South African Weather Services ensured timely dissemination of weather information to various stakeholders and users for decision-making. Early warnings and impact-based forecasting initiative continued to be implemented and improved so that contribution is made to the safeguarding of lives and property. The entity continued with its commitment to provide aviation products and services that enable efficient, safe, and regular flight operation in the Republic of South Africa and the region under the Convention on International Civil Aviation. Timely marine-related products and services, inclusive of coastal and deep sea products for those operating on the shores and those navigating South Africa's surrounding oceans, continued to be made available to the marine industry. As a scientific and research-driven institution, South African Weather Services continued with the generation of scientific insight and innovation, advancement of meteorological sciences, as well as in products and services developed by the entity. The expansion of knowledge and intelligence related to atmospheric and related sciences remains the entity's goal, despite the missed target to generate a certain number of research outputs in the third quarter. This missed target, however, did not hamper the achievement of the annual target under Program 2. Optimal infrastructure and information systems are fundamental to South African Weather Services' value chain and ability to achieve its mandate. Under Program 3, 2 targets pertaining to availability of global atmospheric watch, as well as priority areas quality station, were missed in both Quota 3 and Quota 4, respectively. Management, however, continues to identify and apply corrective measures to remedy the infrastructure challenges. The challenges of vandalism and electrical power related issues are plaguing the priority areas air quality stations entrusted to South African Weather Services. The recapitalization of this network of stations is ongoing, and engagements with shareholders in this regard continues. The CEO will expand on this as he presents. Under Program 4, which is administration, including corporate and regulatory services, the entity continues to work on programs that create an environment that is conducive for high performance, career development, attraction, and retention of critical and scarce skills. Given the constraints of the fiscus, generation of revenue from multiple sources remains key for the survival of South African weather services. To this end, management developed a revenue turnaround plan as part of the entity's commercial strategy that is aimed at increasing revenue and tapping into other markets. It is envisaged that successful implementation of this plan will help with increasing South African weather services revenue in order to supplement a government grant allocation. In ensuring that there is inclusivity, diversity, and representativity in South African weather services management roles, deliberate and active recruitment of women for management positions continues in the third and fourth quarter. South African Weather Services aims to have a balanced representation of gender in the entity and to align more closely with the sector within which it operates. Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, please allow me to request the Chief Executive Officer to present Quota 3 and Quota 4 performance results of South African Weather Services. I thank you.
With your permission, Chair, I'll go ahead. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Board members, Deputy Minister, Chair of the Board, Acting DG, and colleagues. I'm going to go through the third quarter report. Chair, and with your permission, I'll go through only the yellow and the reds in the respective reports. And I'll do the third quarter report quite quickly because some of the issues are recurring, and I'll explain them a little more fully in the fourth quarter report when I discuss those particular issues. Can we move to slide 2, please? As the Chair indicated, under slide 2, this is the third quarter summary report where we achieved 80%, partially achieved 20%, and there was no red items or items not achieved. Can we then move to slide number 5? Under this item, we achieved 97% of the percentage of availability of the national weather. And there, the reason for that was we had extreme weather experience during the quarter, and there was obviously an increased time that was required for product generation and dissemination that we couldn't meet. But we've subsequently put in corrective measures, and we've discussed the matter with our shift supervisors so that we move our product deadlines a little bit more forward. Then I'd like to go to slide 9. The Chair mentioned also during her opening that we had not met the target for the third quarter in terms of the number of research outputs. And the challenges there were that there was slow processing of publications into journals. And obviously the corrective measure would be to ensure that we then publish those. If we go to slide 14, which is the next one that hasn't been achieved, this was, excuse me, Chair, partial achievement of 80% of the global atmospheric watch infrastructure outputs. The target there is 85%. And in terms of our challenges, we had a problem with ozone soundings where our stock was depleted. And then we also had a problem with one of our instruments, the Dobson 132. Apparently the optical wedge belt was not optimal. Our technical people will have to explain what that is. But just in terms of the delivery of the ozone sondes, that happened in the following quarter in terms of the corrective measures. And also the instrument was repaired. And apparently it works quite well, and we achieved 100% reporting from that instrument during December. The next slide would be slide 17. Here, Chair, this relates to the percentage of priority areas air quality station availability on the South African Air Quality Information System. That supplies or that meets, the minimum data requirements. Our target there is 75% in terms of the priority areas air quality stations. We only achieved 51% there. In terms of the challenges, and I said I will address them in the next quarterly report in a bit more detail, but some of the challenges just to mention was theft and vandalism at Three Rivers Station and power failures and a damaged transformer at Sebokeng, and then also intermittent power surges that resulted in damage to instruments. I'll talk to that a little bit in the fourth quarter report, Chair. And then I think, Chair, so the next slide is slide 23. And this one I'll talk to in a bit more detail when I do the fourth quarter presentation, because it's exactly the same. And then let me hand over, Chair, to the Chief Financial Officer on slide 27 to just discuss the third quarter financials with the committee, and then I'll present the remainder of the issues in quarter four. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mzizi.
Thank you, CEO. Honorable members, Honorable Chair, thanks very much for this opportunity. In terms of quarter three, we can see that the total revenue, we are close to the budget of 370.9, and the revenue from exchange transaction from commercial revenue is above our budget. This is mainly to the improvement in the aviation industry, as we can see, the positive variance of 4.6, and in total revenue from non-exchange, we are slightly below the budget of 298 by 5.5 million. And this is coming mainly from the government grant, the conditional grant. And in total for the quarter, we are sitting at a surplus of 39 million. And the next slide, Chair, indicates the breakdown of the revenue. And as you can see that we are, in total, we are slightly below the budget. But if one compare it to previous year of 2021, we are approaching that figure of 421, because the full year budget for the year is 482, as we'll be seeing it in the next quarter four. Thanks, CEO.
Thank you very much, CFO. If we can then, thank you. Let's go to slide 2 on the quarter 4 report, please. Chair and honorable members, you'll see this is the fourth quarter performance. You'll see that there was quite a jump in terms of the previous quarter. Our achievements jumped by about 9%. The partial achievements was 7.4, but then there was also a non-achievement, which is an annual target, which I'll talk to later in the presentation. Let's move on to slide 3. The next slide, Chair, gives you the overall percentage achievement, which is 82% for the year. And then partially achieved was 14.29, and the one that was not achieved was 3.5% of our overall annual targets. Then I'd like to go to slide 14. As we discussed in the Q3 performance, the percentage availability requirement for our global atmospheric watch sits at 85%. We only achieved 80%, and in terms of our overall annual progress, we had 81.5%, which means we missed it by about 3.5%. Some of the challenges that we had here were, as I mentioned, the ozone soundings, but in terms of that, the next quarter that was sorted out, so that's no longer an issue. I mentioned the 132 that was fixed. We also had a nitrous oxide instrument which suffered complete failure, but these were some of the issues in relation to the core infrastructure availability. And then I think the next slide I'd like to go to is the slide 16. Slide 16, please. So in terms of slide 16, here it was the percentage of priority areas air quality stations that are available on the SAQUA system that meet minimum data requirements. The target there is 75%. We partially achieved there in that we got 69.4%. And as I mentioned, we had challenges in terms of theft and vandalism. And then I'd like to, Chair, with your permission, just talk to some of these issues, because I know during the last meeting, the committee members raised concerns around what specifically we were doing to address some of these issues. So just in terms of the priority area stations, in terms of that 3 river stations, we are going to relocate it, and we're looking for a more secure site in terms of relocating that particular station. Similarly with the Sebokeng station, in the case of Sebokeng, Chair, we've identified an alternative site, and we've also finalized the landowner agreement with the owners of that site on the 16th of August. So we're busy with appointment of contractors for site preparation and stuff like that to move Sebokeng specifically. Then in terms of our obsolete instruments, we are looking at replacing some of those, and those commissioning of the new equipment is in place. In terms of upgrading security systems, we have upgraded some of our security systems, and they have been completed at some of the stations. Others are planned for excuse me, in the next few quarters. Then also in terms of the issues around our uninterrupted power supply systems, we are waiting delivery of that. And if you recall, Chair, there was mention also made in terms of the battery backup solutions, which we are investigating to ensure that there's no interruption of the information from those stations. So, Chair, the other issues that that came up in the previous committee meeting was some of the UPSs. Currently, all our uninterrupted power supplies are working except for Cape Town, and we're hoping to have a new one for Cape Town by the end of September. In terms of also our aging infrastructure, there is a process in place to acquire 6 new uninterrupted power supplies and to replace those older ones quite shortly. And those specifically would deal with our radars and issues around our radar sites. There was also an issue in terms of the previous one around diesel. And my executives indicated to me that we have sufficient diesel, but that they also are looking at the processes for procurement at a local level in some of the provinces to ensure that we don't have any issues in that regard. And in addition to that, they're also looking at the feasibility of purchasing our own diesel bowsers for some of our equipment so that we don't have any issues. And I think that in essence was how we dealt with the corrective measures or in relation to the challenges that we had experienced. Then, Chair, I'd like you to go to the next slide, which is slide 19, which is our only red, but it's a very worrying red because it's our triple BEE rating. Chair, we did not achieve the required level BEE rating of 6. And I'd like to once again, Chair, just elaborate a little bit, if you allow me, on this, because there's 3 pillars in essence that we had not met in terms of the BEE. I think I did mention in the last meeting, Chair, that we had appointed a service provider to assist us, and that we've also developed a committee, and each of the committee members have specific pillars related to this that they deal with. So in terms of us not meeting this target, the 3 areas where we didn't meet the target, and I'll start with the most prominent or the worst scoring, shall we say, was the enterprise and supplier development. We only achieved 25.6 points out of a potential of 54 points. And there we had to look at improving supplier development contributions in terms of providing mentorship for suppliers to enhance their operational effectiveness and also to grow these outside entities. We also had to identify Black-owned qualifying enterprises and assist with their development. And as far as the enterprise development is concerned, we needed to groom and identify entities that can become part of our supply chain. So in this regard, Chair, I think we've done fairly well on the last point in terms of our local procurement, because I think we've exceeded the 65% targets and we're sitting in the 90s odd percentage. The other bullet points under this particular pillar are a bit more difficult because a lot of our particularly our scientific equipment is purchased overseas. And that in itself presents some challenges. So there are no local suppliers that we can uplift. But in terms of our local procurement, as I said, there we are working on whatever we can in terms of improving the situation. And then the second pillar was our skills development. I think here, this one's also, it has a potential target of 30 or point system of 30 where we've achieved 9.8. And it talks to our skills development expenditure on learning programs. And I must indicate here, Chair, that we've had financial constraints, both in terms of the enterprise and supply development, as well as the skills development, in terms of insufficient budget being available to actually deal with some of these issues. And as you well know, we've had to convert capital expenditure to operational expenditure just to meet our operational expenses. So these are some of the reasons why we've not achieved some of these pillars. So there's a need for us to improve our skills development expenditure as the money becomes available, and specifically in relation to African people and African employees with disabilities. And then also we need to make sure that more African unemployed people are participating in training, and that there's an absorption of people after their learnership programs. In terms of the unemployed people, you'll note that some of our training initiatives are specifically for skilled and particularly skilled people in meteorology. So that's also a bit of a difficulty. And then absorbing some of the learners at the end of the period would obviously entail increasing our current structure or waiting for vacancies in terms of our current structure. But the one area where we've done fairly well, Chair, is that in terms of the number of African people that have participated in learnerships, and we've tried to be a bit more innovative in terms of how we do that, Chair. And I'm advised that between April and July of this year, we appointed 18 people in learnership. So that has been quite a forward progression. Then in terms of management control, we've achieved 16.09 points out of a potential of 20 points. And we could have gotten an additional 2 points if we had African female executive directors that participate in the board. Unfortunately, the only executive director position is the CEO's position, and I'm it for now, Chair. So it will remain until for the duration of my contract. But I just want to mention also that we've areas under management control that we've improved over the last 2 quarters. In terms of senior management, we've appointed an African female between April and July of this year. In terms of our African female employees in senior management, one's been appointed also during the period. In terms of middle management, we've had 8 qualifying employees that were appointed, 4 males and 4 African females. And then in terms of middle management, I mentioned the 4 African females. In terms of junior management, there were 6 qualifying employees appointed, 4 African females and 2 African males. And then in terms of in terms of what the chairperson has mentioned in terms of our focus being on African female and the appointment of this particular category of people, there's definitely an emphasis in terms of that, Chair. So I just wanted to mention to the committee that there's definitely a forward momentum in terms of that, and we're doing everything that we possibly can to improve that one red, because it doesn't look good on the rest of our report, which is mostly green and yellow. Chair, the next slide is slide 20. This was our revenue generation for the year. Our target was 28.6 million. We missed it by just over 1 million. To 26.8 million is what we actually achieved. Chair, we noted that the last 2 quarters there was a general slump in terms of the general economic situation in the country, but more importantly for us, our partners lost a relevant revenue from some of their customers and clients that actually impacted on our revenue generation. And we're hoping that it's going to pick up, especially with the increase in aviation, even though it's not part of the non-regulated, but we're hoping that our overall revenue generation is going to increase as well. The next slide I'd like to talk to is slide 22 before I hand over to the CFO. Chair, here we had a target of 5 work integrated learning placements, and of those 3 had to be people living with disabilities. We've partially achieved there in that we had 4 at the end of the period because one of our candidates actually fell pregnant and resigned, and we did not meet that target. So those in essence were the amber and red targets that were partially met or not met at all. And I'd like to hand over to the CFO again to carry on from slide 26 in relation to the financial report as the end of March. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chair. Now, for Q4, Chair, as you can see, the revenue, we're sitting at 476 million, which is about 5.5 million below the budget. I will discuss the details of the revenue in the next slide. However, in this slide, what I would like to discuss is when one compare the revenue for the current year versus last year of 2020 and 21 of 421 million, this is above that revenue. And in terms of the expenditure, we're sitting at 419 for 20 versus the budget of 441 due to the cost containment measurements that we have applied, as well as some of the expenses that could not be executed in the current year due to the National Treasury instruction that came in February that we must not issue bids above 30,000 from 16th of Feb. Now, the administrative expenditure was slightly below budget by 1.8. And on the compensation of employees, we are slightly below budget due to the fact that we had the vacancies that were filled late in the year, as well as some of the positions that were deferred due to our liquidity challenges. On the operating expenditure, we are sitting at a positive variance of 10 million. In total, for the year, we had an operating surplus of 6.8 million. Last year, we had a deficit of 16 million. The next slide, please. The next slide indicates our revenue. As you can see, Chair, in terms of the government grant, it's on par. And the area where it's below budget, it's on the government grant capital expenditure. And this is mainly of two factors. One is because this 30 million, it was received in January, late in the year. And around the 16th of Feb, we had that National Treasury instruction, which indicated that we could not issue bids from that period until May 2022. Now, this contributed to this capital expenditure variance. And in terms of the commercial revenue, on the statutory revenue, we have a positive variance of 8 million. The actual is 77 million. And this is mainly due to the fact that the aviation sector opened up and improved in the last quarters of the year. However, I must still indicate that the 77 million, it's far below the 130 million that we saw it in the period pre-COVID. And we envisage that with the opening up of the economy, we will achieve the 130 million in the aviation industry around the year 2024-25. The non-statutory revenue was slightly below budget. We're sitting at 26.8 million, and the variance is about 1.8 million. And in terms of the total revenue, we're sitting at 476 million versus the budget of 482, which is 5.5 million below budget. And slide 30 indicates our figures for the MTF period. The next slide 30, please. It indicates the next one. This slide indicates our financial projections or budget over the MTF period. As we can see in the slide, we have this amount of 124 million, which we're converting it from government grant CAPEX to government grant OPEX, so that we can meet our current liquidity challenges. This is a short-term challenge that we've experienced due to the low aviation or low commercial revenue that we have experienced due to the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the low economic challenges. And we envisage that by 2024-25, the situation will have improved, whereby we will no longer need to have these conversions. And Chair, just to add, the audit has been completed. We have received an unqualified audit report. We just had one audit finding, which prevented us from
You
achieving.
had 20 minutes of your time already. You know, you've gone beyond your time. Can you wrap up and raise the issues that you feel are critical so that you can allow members to ask questions?
Thanks,
I thought you were going to be mindful that I given you extra time, but still you're going beyond that as well. Proceed.
Sorry about that, Chair. Actually, I was done. Sorry about that, Chair. So actually, I was done. I was just giving the feedback on the audit. Thanks very much, Chair. I'm done.
I believe that's the end of the presentation, Chairperson and CEO. Can I get a yes?
Yes.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, then thank you so much. Let me hand over to colleagues to ask questions. I'll start with Honorable Person. You'll be followed by Honorable Phillips and Honorable Nkuno in that order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
And Brian will be the last. Thank you, Paulson. Over to you. Can we see you, please?
Can you see me now, Chairperson?
Something else that we're seeing.
Hey?
Something else.
Can you see me?
We see red and yellow. There we go. That's better.
Yeah, Chairperson, I've got like a door on my camera so that I can close it and open it. Like a bathroom door.
Proceed.
Chairperson, just one question, Chairperson. I'd like to ask Mr. Abada about the weather stations that are at risk and how that has affected the operation of the South African Weather Services. Because he hasn't touched on that, and it's been in the media quite a lot, and I'd like to know how many of those weather services are down or service stations are down. What has been the impact on the work of the South African Weather Services? It is especially sorry, Chairperson, I lost connection there for a while. Hello, Chair?
Yes, proceed.
Yeah, so I'd like to ask Mr. Abada, how many weather stations have been down and how that has impacted on the operation of the South African Weather Services. I mean, it is especially in these times of climate change and sporadic weather conditions that we really need to have a functional weather services. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Phillips.
Thank you so much, Chair. I've got just a few questions. I'd just like to know the ozone sondes that were referred to. Are those the same as the radio sondes that were purchased? I think the contract was 26 million rand. That's my first question. My second question is the early warning radar that was the project that was started in 2009 and finally finished in 2013. Of those radar stations that were opened and commissioned, which are still working and which are not working, and what is the reason for us not having all of them functioning at the moment? And then I'd just like to know if I could have a list of the air monitoring stations in Rustenburg, which is my constituency. I'd love to actually just pop around and visit them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Phillips. Honorable Nkulu, over to you.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. I've got just one question to the CFO on the liquidity ratio of source, in particular for the fourth quarter. Thank you. What is the liquidity ratio at the moment? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtunu. Honorable Bryant.
Thanks, Chair. I think I'm covered a bit by Honourable Paulson, but effectively the question is the South African Weather Service confident that they would have the capacity to predict another large-scale weather event like we had earlier this year, with the current systems in place? Yeah, that's pretty much me covered. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bryant. Let me check if there's somebody whom am I missing. It doesn't look like. Then my issues, Chairperson.
Okay, sorry, Chairperson.
Oh, sorry. Okay, proceed.
No, I'm sorry. I put my hand up a bit late. I'm sorry.
Okay, fine.
I just want to know, just following on Honorable Bryant, what lessons have the South African Weather Services learnt after the devastating floods of last year in terms of getting messages out adequately and timeously to people in areas that are prone to flood damage? What have they done different? Are they doing anything different from then to now? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sim, for those questions. From my side, these are the issues that I want to get clarity from you, Chairperson and CEO. When we see a presentation and read it, we pick up the reasons for meeting the 70% availability of radar infrastructures was attributed to improved electrical power and communication network, and the maintenance and refurbishment efforts continue to be implemented. This is what is written there in your report. And then the question that comes out of that is that could not this kind of routine work be done in past dispensation to meet this target, which we noted last year had become elusive from your part? And then I want to get clarity as to when was the last time this target of radar infrastructure availability met. CEO, when was it actually met? Because it keeps on going. And then the other issue that one wants to get clarity on is why plan only for 75% availability of priority areas air quality stations reporting data on the South African Air Quality Information Systems, which again is not met. And then how do we then ensure that we are not missing critical information for protecting human health from those air quality monitoring stations, which are not reporting data on the South African Air Quality Information System. Then one looks at the reason that has been stated for not meeting this target as to theft and vandalism of Three River Station and damaged transformer at Sebokeng Station. And then out of that, then one wonders whether the thought has gone into theft proofing this monitoring station, considering the recurring pattern of this practice. And then, Chairperson, I want to also understand how can we make this infrastructure economically unfeasible to potential thieves or criminals. And then the other issue that one had to look on was the target for unregulated commercial revenue, which was also not met for various reasons, including lower revenue from air quality related income. Then the question that arises out of that is that what kind of air quality related information or service does the South African Weather Services provide for money? And then which are those entities that pay for these services that the South African Weather Services provides? And then isn't that the current air quality information provided via the South African Air Quality Information System part of the public goods service paid for by governments? Maybe if we clarify that, we'll be able to understand that. And then the other issue that one want to get clarity from you, Tim Sawis, it's what significant intervention did you put in place to reduce personnel attrition rates? Can this reduction be attributed to yourselves being ingenuity or simply because people cannot afford to resign considering the prevailing post-COVID economic conditions? So those are the issues that I want you to clarify from my side. Over to you, Chairperson and CEO.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I'm going to ask the CEO to address some of the questions and also Mr. Ndambambi to deal with the questions pertaining to the raiders. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Chair. Chairs, I think I just need to clarify in terms of Honorable Paulson and Honorable Bryan's questions. Sorry, you can't see my face. We have a variety of equipment that we use to measure weather. And in terms of the question around how many were down and the whole media issue related to the number of weather stations, I think just to contextualize that, Chair, the fuss in the media was in relation to the number of stations that we had and the fact that there was a drastic reduction in the number of stations. So to contextualize it, we've had in the past what we called manual stations, where literally a person used to go out and check the weather for us, check the rainfall for that particular day, and then report back to the weather services. And we had a fair number of those people reporting into the weather service. And I think there were spikes, I think, in the 1930s and 1970s in terms of the numbers of stations, but I stand to be corrected there, and we can give a more comprehensive report on that should the committee require. But essentially what we were doing, or what we are doing, is that we replaced a lot of those manual reporting stations with electronic stations or automatic stations. So, and there's a series of advantages to that. But just in terms of the manual stations, a lot of the farmers used to report, and schools and stuff like that used to report the manual weather for us. And subsequently, there was a lot of consolidation of these farms, and some of the historical owners of those farms left. So we started having a bit of unreliability in terms of the provision of that weather information. Whereas with the automatic weather stations, the quality of data as well as the frequency of data is much better. And Mr. Ndabambi can correct me, I think it's an hourly reporting or even less on these automatic weather stations. So definitely there's an advantage to having the automatic weather stations. So, and just in terms of the infrastructure, it's not only those weather stations, we also have automatic rainfall stations. We also use the radio sons, the balloons, in other words, to help us with weather prediction. We also use satellite data for weather prediction, and we also use our radars. So there's a range of information that gets put into the models that we then run to actually predict weather. So in terms of your concern, Honorable Paulson and Honorable Bryant, yes, we can. We also have international obligations in this regard with the WMO, the World Meteorological Organization. And thus far, they have not raised any concern. So we're also meeting the international standards in terms of our weather prediction ability. And we're also one of the sort of regional centers in Africa that do a lot of work in conjunction with the WMO, both from a weather perspective and also from a climate change perspective. So they would have definitely raised the alarm if there were issues in relation to our weather systems not being functional. But that notwithstanding, we do monitor them constantly. In fact, it also ties in with, I think it was question 2 of Ms. Honorable Phillips' question with regard to the radars. So I think currently there are, we have 10 S-band radars, we have 2 C-band and 2 X-band, if I recall correctly, Chair. And of those 14, I think there's 1 that's currently, or 2 that are currently not operational in terms of my latest information. But once again, Mr. Ndabambe will just indicate what the reasons for those radars not being available at the moment. Then also in relation to the ozone sondes and the radio sondes, I think they measure different things, but Dr. Mpepia will be able to give us a bit more information on the ozone sondes, and I think Mr. Ndabambi on the radio sondes. Also, we will provide Honorable Phillips with the stations that are in or close to Rustenburg. Then Honorable Singh, in terms of the lessons that we learned after KZN, definitely there are, in fact, we had a workshop with internally as well as with some of our international counterparts from Ethiopia on specifically that issue, Honorable Singh, excuse me, in terms of how we improve the dissemination of information, and just in terms of some of the initiatives, we've engaged with the major cell phone operators. I think if I recall correctly, and Dr. Mpepia will just confirm, we've 2 of them have indicated a willingness to assist us in terms of, as you say, reaching a wider audience. And I think there are numerous lessons that we have learned from the happenings there, and particularly around some of the things that we'll need to take into the future from a climate perspective, which is the increase in severe weather, and also the relationship between weather and planning, for example, because some of that devastation that happened there was planning related, and we'll have to factor that into our future building plans and so forth, or rather the local authorities, when they issue their building plans, would have to take that into consideration. Then, Honorable Chair, your question around the radar infrastructure and why we had not done the routine work in the past. Honorable Chair, I explained to you that we had converted our capital expenditure over the last 2 years, and this for this financial year as well, into operational expenditure. So that money should have been used for some of the routine work for some of our infrastructure. But because we didn't have that money, we use that for operating expenses, and you know, we couldn't do, as you put it, the routine work in relation to improving some of the infrastructure issues. However, we did get some money from the department and over the MTF, and that money is what we're using to fund some of these initiatives in terms of the new UPSs, and I can't remember the technical term for the machine, but it regulates the power surges to some of our equipment and that kind of thing. Then, in terms of our priority area reporting, the difficulty there is that not all the air quality stations belong to us. We have a certain number of stations that are under our control, and Mr. Ndabami can indicate the actual numbers. But your question specifically, I think, Chair, was in relation to the theft and vandalism. I've mentioned during my presentation that we're looking at moving them to safer locations, the ones that belong to us at the moment anyway. And then how do we make it economically unfeasible? I think that's a difficult one, Chair, because we in terms of alternatives, we also sometimes use solar panels. There's electrical cabling. So it's all things that would of necessity attract the criminal element, because it's things that they can then sell off, you know, for a bit of money. But what we are trying to do there in terms of making it feasible for them is moving them to more secure locations where access to these stations would not be as easy. And then we also engaged, Chair, with the SANDF, who then referred us to the SAPS, in terms of checking whether we can't declare some of them as national key points. We've had the discussion with the SAPS a couple of weeks ago, and they've indicated that they would be prepared to do a security assessment for particularly our bigger infrastructure sites like our radar. And even if they don't get declared as national key points, at least we'd have a good sense of the security issues in and around those sites. So we are definitely going to take them up on that, because they do the assessment for us, or that particular division of the SAPS would do the assessment for us, and they do it as part of their service to us. Then, Chair, you mentioned the issue around the public goods services and commercial services. As we indicated, some of these services are, these air quality stations don't all fall under our auspices. Some of them fall under provincial governments and even local authorities. So some of our commercial endeavors relate to assisting as a service provider some of these entities to ensure that their air quality stations are up and running. So I know for a fact that we did a lot with Mpumalanga in terms of assisting them to develop their air quality management plans and that kind of thing. And the reason that we charge for those services, Chair, is because a lot of these services are advertised and we tender for them just as other entities tender for them to provide for those services. And public sector, the private sector usually carries out some of these functions for these entities. So that is the nature of the commercial services that we provide. So it would be services that the private sector would ordinarily provide that we are capacitating ourselves. And it goes hand in hand with that non-regulated commercial revenue aspect of what we were talking about in our presentation, and how we improve that. Yeah, and then in terms of the attrition rate, Chair, and I'll ask our acting corporate services manager to maybe just elaborate a little bit, but when you mention attrition rate, Chair, it's a difficult situation because it's also finance related, and we've already indicated our concerns around that. However, there are things that we are doing, and we're trying to innovate in terms of that. So for example, we're using the CETA funding to fund some of our training, because it's money that's externally available. We've developed, or are in the process of developing, also a comprehensive employee value proposition that has various elements, Chair, and among those are some non-financial elements that we can do or can use to help prevent the loss of employees. But I just want to mention once again, Chair, that here in this space it's very difficult because our staff are scientific and technically orientated. They're in demand. Some of these skills are in demand from the private sector in the country. Other skills are in demand internationally. So we're losing some of our forecasters to other countries that don't have the capacity, but do have the financial ability to pay much more than we do. And if you're paying in US dollars and pounds and Saudi riyals, for example, you're competing in not on a level playing field, shall I say. But there are things like, for example, bursary schemes and employee recognition and so forth that we are implementing to try and improve our overall employee value proposition, Chair. Chair, I think I've dealt with all the issues. I'll then hand over to the executives, Mr. Dabambi, Dr. Mpepia, and then Ms. Makongolo, just to add if they think they want to add anything. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members, honorable deputy ministers, and the honorable chairpersons of the board. Honorable Chair, I think the one I need to explain is the radar zones. I don't know, it's the radars that were purchased around 2009, the members said so. So which ones are not working? So there were 10 S-band radars. So those 10 S-band radars, they're all operational. Currently, there is one in MLO that is not working, but it's not due to the radar problem. It's a transformer in the area that has been stolen. So the municipality is handling the matter. But there were also 2 mobile radars called X-band radars, the ones that were mobile and for the short range less than 100 kilometers. Those are apparently not working. The manufacturer has identified a problem that is being analyzed. They are assisting us to analyze that problem. And then also there's another question regarding the list of quality stations in Rustenburg. So those stations in Rustenburg, they are not under the responsibility of the South African Weather Service, but there are 2 air quality stations in the Rustenburg area. So I think they are still having a challenge, but we have not been asked as a South African Weather Service to assist, as we have been asked by the Mpumalanga province, as the CEO has alluded to. And then the equality stations that are not reporting to South African Equality Information System. So we need, we are busy with the department, we are encouraging the industry and also our assisting municipalities so that they report to the information system. So what we are doing, we are hosting the equality information system, but it's upon the industries that they make sure that they report there. So the department keeps promoting awareness and encouraging the industry. I think those, what I pick, unless I've missed the one you didn't cover, I think CO has covered most of the infrastructure areas. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay. The CFO.
Thank you, Chair. Just one item on the liquidity ratio. We are sitting at 0.99 versus 1, and the benchmark is 2 to 1. Basically, it's 1 to 1. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, colleagues. I see the end of Peter. You want to say something, Mr. Lucky?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one to Honourable Phillips on the question she asked about her monitoring near where she stays, around Rustenburg. Although the question has been answered around the stations that South African Weather Station Service looks after, there are stations in the area, as has been mentioned. And I was just suggesting that to Honourable Phillips, that if she downloads the SACWIS app to her phone, she can get basically the closest weather station to where she is and exactly what the readings are on a real-time basis as well. And it's I'm just trying to make a bit of a plug for one of the systems that we have on an app that basically talks about air quality in South Africa. Thank you, Chair.
And then Zoleka Makongolo. I see the hand, it's up.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Zoleka Makongolo. Let me just show the video a bit. My name is Zoleka Makongolo. I was the Acting Corporate Services Exec at SOURCE. I just want to add to what...
now, what are you now? You were acting, now what are you?
In the reporting period. So I am currently the Senior Manager, HR.
Oh,
I just wanted...
Executive. Now there's an executive that is appointed to this position, if I may ask.
Yes, she started in two or 3 weeks ago, Chair.
Oh, is she in the meeting?
She is in the meeting.
Oh, okay, proceed.
Okay, so just to add, Chair, to what you had indicated on the employee turnover, and to add to what the CEO has indicated, we conducted exit interviews and used that information together with the market benchmark to develop a SOURCE talent strategy that clearly articulated our employee value proposition, and included in there was the retention strategy. This was presented to the employees together with the plan, and it was well presented by them, well received by the employees, and we continue then to present quarterly reports in terms of our progress to the board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Zoleka. Honorable Singh, your hand is up.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the responses. Just one or two follow-up questions. You know, my hobby horse is pollution. And I've mentioned that, you know, when you watch the news sometimes in other countries, they advertise the pollution indices. how much of pollution is in a particular city. And I know India does that. Now, moving forward, will it be possible as a way of letting communities know, particularly in the areas where we know there are high levels of pollution, and we know there are serial offenders, some of them being state-owned enterprises, like in the Mpumalanga area. Is it possible for the South African Weather Services to determine what the pollution indices are there and advertise that publicly so that people know, what pollution levels are in their particular areas? That's the first question. The second issue will relate to what extent does load shedding impact on your ability to produce, weather results and weather patterns, etc.? Does it affect you at all? And last one related to this is, when you watch the news, you find that the news ends, particularly on our public broadcaster, and then the weather is by the way, with the department, your departments, our departments, branding on it. I might have asked this question before, somebody. Do those radio stations and public broadcasts and everybody who uses the information from weather services pay weather services, or does weather service pay them to broadcast and advertise the weather? Thanks.
Yes, Chairperson and Tim. Those are the follow-ups.
I'll hand over to the CEO to address the question.
Thank you, Chair. I think that, Honorable Singh, that app would be the what Peter was referring to earlier, because I think the app gives you a clear indication of where the potential hotspots are, and it gives you a good indication of the pollution levels in and around particular areas. So as he indicated, where we do have stations, you'd be able to determine what the pollution levels are, particularly for various pollutants. And I don't want to hazard a guess in terms of all of them, but I think it was PM10, PM2.5, carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, and there's a whole range of potential pollutants that get reported on, if my memory serves me correctly. But Peter can maybe just add if I've missed out something. Honorable Singh, yes, load shedding does impact us very, very badly in a few ways. Okay, so the first is obviously without power, some of our equipment goes down. Hence, we've started this initiative to make sure that we have uninterruptible power supplies there. We're also looking at battery backups as well in some instances. But the bigger problem, Honorable Singh, is that sometimes when we have load shedding and we have power surge, and that because these instruments are very technical and very sensitive in terms of measuring capabilities, a lot of times when the power comes back on, it impacts on the calibration of some of these instruments, and also impacts on the reliability of some of. So we've got to recalibrate in some instances, or in some instances it totally takes out the instrument in terms of its measuring ability. Then we've got to respond to that and fix that. So yes, it definitely does affect us. And as you can see, like Mr. Ndabambi mentioned, the transformer that got stolen, that is basically impacting one of our radars. And so because there's no electricity in the area, the radar goes down. So it definitely does impact on us. And then in terms of the weather, it's Honorable Singh, we have a dual mandate, and that dual mandate is firstly public good. So a lot of what you see on the news stations and radio stations and all that is the public good service part of our services. So there's no payment per se in terms of that. We do have commercial customers, like, for example, the insurance companies and so forth, that we then sell product to specifically. So that's over and above the public good. There's no payment as such for those kind of services, Honorable Singh. Thank you, Chair. If any of the executives want to add, they may. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. We seem to have exhausted everything. I don't see any further hand. Chairperson, CEO, and team, let me take this opportunity to thank you, including DM and the senior management for the department. I see some DDG Flora is still here with us and the entire team. This actually brings us to the, we meet again, those that are coming for the public hearing in the Northwest, and those that are not coming will see each other on Tuesday next week. The meeting gets adjourned. Enjoy the rest of your day and the week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Chair. Bye.
Bye.